Chapter 1960. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of Fan Jian and the others below all became unnatural. Resources. Originally, they thought that they already stood at the top of this universe, but now it seemed that their thinking was really naive. There were many strong people in the world, but they just couldn't come into contact with them. Just like in the secular world, did you think you were rich? Little did you know, there were many rich people. People should never take themselves too seriously. In the space-time channel, the King Xiaofan suddenly laughed. If you won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared, and a powerful force swept through the field. In front of the stone gate, the old man was expressionless as he raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a figure fell straight from the sky. It was the Snow Mountain King. After the Snow Mountain King stopped, the space-time behind him directly turned into nothingness. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. It was obvious that the Snow Mountain King was no match for the old man. How strong was this old man? Below, Yi Xian glanced at the old man and felt a headache coming on. What was going on today? Why did so many super strong people come out? In front of the stone gate, the old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King, his eyes full of indifference. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Snow Mountain King laughed. Again. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared. In front of the stone gate, the old man frowned. The next moment, he closed his eyes and raised his arm to block. Rumble. Before anyone could react, a powerful force slammed into the old man's arm. The old man retreated tens of thousands of feet, and as soon as he stopped, a figure fell straight from the sky. The old man suddenly raised his head. He was about to attack, but the Snow Mountain King suddenly disappeared. The old man frowned slightly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Above space-time, at this moment, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the space-time around him suddenly collapse and annihilate. Boom! The old man retreated tens of thousands of feet again. After stopping, the old man's eyes flashed fiercely. He took a step forward and punched out. Rumble! The space-time in front of him directly boiled and then shattered. But the King of Snow Mountain did not exist in that space-time. The old man frowned once more, and he glanced at the surroundings. Meanwhile, a fist had suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man's reaction was extremely swift, and he'd smashed his fist forward as soon as it appeared. Rumble. The fist seal was directly shattered by his punch. At this moment, the old man suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down. Boom! Time and space within a radius of several 100,000 feet was directly annihilated. Down below, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed greatly, and they retreated explosively. It was clear that in order to kill the Snow Mountain King, this old man did not care about the life and death of this burial domain. When Yi Xian and the others retreated hundreds of thousands of feet, the King of Snow Mountain appeared in front of the old man. The corners of the old man's mouth curved in a mocking smile. You think you can kill me just because you're above time and space? What a joke! As he spoke, he took a step forward. With this step at the center, the space in the surroundings actually started to burn. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others in the distance changed greatly. This old man really did not care about the life and death of the burial domain. If this continued, the burial domain would be directly destroyed. In the distance, the King of Snow Mountain suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, an illusory ice shield appeared in front of him. As soon as this ice shield appeared, a fist seal directly smashed into it. Rumble. The god realm that the King of Snow Mountain was in directly shattered, and the King of Snow Mountain retreated several thousand feet. As soon as he stopped, the old man once again appeared in front of him. A trace of viciousness flashed in the King of Snow Mountain's eyes. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and punched out. Rumble. The king of Snow Mountain was directly smashed into a mysterious spacetime abyss. At the same time, time and space within a radius of several million feet turned pitch black. Not only that, but the residual power of the old man and the king of Snow Mountain continued to ripple outwards. The entire burial domain was directly damaged. Seeing this scene in the distance, Fan Jian, Gu Chou, and the others all had ugly expressions. In truth, whether it was Fan Jian, the others, or the evil tribe, none of them hoped for this universe to be destroyed. Because this universe was their home. Thus, when the king of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou fought, both of them had entered a distant spacetime world. But now, the old man was playing around like this. It wouldn't be long before the burial domain was completely destroyed. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly looked at Yi Xian, hesitated, and then said, "Brother Yi, can you help me guard this spacetime?" Yi Xian glanced at the old man fighting the king of Snow Mountain. "If they don't stop, we won't be able to defend this place." Gu Chou fell silent. Although the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand could repair spacetime, as Yi Xian had said, if the king of Snow Mountain and the old man didn't stop, then they wouldn't be able to defend the burial domain even with the profound azure sword. Just at this time, the king of Snow Mountain suddenly stopped and looked at the old man. Change places? Obviously, he didn't want to destroy the burial domain. The old man sneered, "Why would I want to change places with you?" The king of Snow Mountain frowned, "My battle with you has nothing to do with others." The old man sneered, "I couldn't tell that the king of Snow Mountain was a benevolent person. As far as I know, in order to reach a higher level, you didn't hesitate to plunder the entire burial domain's resources for your own use. What, now you feel pity for the living beings of this universe? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The king of Snow Mountain looked at the old man, "You want to destroy the burial domain." The old man's mouth curved into a cold smile, "You guessed right." As his voice fell, he took a step forward. With this step, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. In an instant, the entire burial domain began to boil. Seeing this scene, the faces of Gu Chou and the others in the distance darkened. This old man really wanted to destroy the entire burial domain. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly said, "Sir, is it necessary to destroy the entire burial domain?" The old man coldly glanced at Gu Chou, "If you want to destroy it, then destroy it. Do you have a problem with that?" Gu Chou frowned, "Old man, let me tell you, it doesn't matter if you want to destroy us, but there is someone here that you can't afford to offend. You have to think clearly." The old man sneered, "Someone I can't afford to offend? Are you joking?" Gu Chou suddenly pointed at Yi Xian, angrily saying, "My brother Yi is here, how dare you act rashly?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. F***ck, Gu Chou, what do you mean? Are you trying to make me hate you? The old man looked at Yi Xian, and when he saw Yi Xian, he frowned slightly. "You," Gu Chou hurriedly said, "this is my brother Yi, the strongest second, the #1 genius. Don't say I didn't warn you, if you dare touch him, a sword might suddenly pierce your head." Yi Xian, everyone, the old man looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment, he said in a low voice, "Why is it that when I have killing intent towards you, I feel a trace of danger?" Yi Xian hesitated, and just as he was about to speak, Gu Chou suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian, cupped his fists, and said, "Brother Yi, you called me Brother Gu before, and I call you Brother Yi. In other words, we are brothers. Since we are brothers, I have a request. You won't refuse, right?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Gu Chou suddenly patted Yi Xian's shoulder, smiled, and said, "I know you definitely won't refuse." After saying that, he didn't wait for Yi Xian to speak and took the green profound sword from Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the old man. He handed the green profound sword to the old man, smiled, and said, "Your Excellency, I know you are very strong, but do you dare to compete with the person who made this sword? The old man glanced at the green profound sword, then smiled, and said, What, are you threatening me? Gu Chou smiled slightly, I wouldn't dare. The old man looked at Gu Chou, I'll tell you the truth, it's not that I want to destroy your universe, it's that the higher-ups want to destroy your universe, because the appearance of the King of Snow Mountain made them feel a trace of danger. Although it's only a trace, they don't want a stronger person to appear in this universe in the future. Do you understand? Gu Chou was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. The old man pointed at Yi Xian, and then he said, You told me so much just now because you wanted me to target him on purpose. Obviously, this young man isn't simple. But what you don't know is that the more he is not simple, the more he deserves to die. Because the higher-ups will not allow any other worldlings to appear. Yi Xian, after a moment of silence, Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly, Brother Yi, I really don't know how to act tough, why don't you do it yourself? After he finished speaking, he returned to Yi Xian with the Qingxian sword and said, I'm sorry, I wanted to save my clansmen, so I wanted to drag you down with me. But now, it seems that you don't need me to draw hatred for you. You are born with hatred. I was quite worried at first, but when I saw that he was going to mess with you, I suddenly stopped panicking. He. Yi Xian, at this time, the old man's gaze fell on Yi Xian, even the King of Snow Mountain did not make me feel danger, but you can make me feel danger. Young man, can you tell me why? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The old man looked at Yi Xian, but what if we want you to die? Yi Xian was a little puzzled, because I make you feel a trace of danger? The old man nodded, we do not allow anyone who can threaten us to exist. To strangle a genius in the cradle, do you understand this principle? Yi Xian looked at the old man, so, you must kill me? The old man said, yes, because we do not want a second King of Snow Mountain to appear. The old man said, yes, because we do not want a second King of Snow Mountain to appear. The old man said, call for help. Saying that, he paused, then smiled, right, call as much as you want, we are invincible, you can do as you please. Yi Xian. Chapter 1961. We are invincible, you can do as you wish. Confidence. The old man's words were filled with invincible confidence. Of course, they had this confidence because in their eyes, the burial domain cosmos was a low-level civilization cosmos. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the Snow Mountain King, who stood at the top of the universe, was nothing in their eyes. The reason they wanted to destroy this universe was not because they feared the Snow Mountain King and the others, but because they wanted to reduce trouble. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was undoubtedly the most mysterious person in everyone's hearts. They all knew that there was someone behind him, but no one knew how powerful that person was. Would he be stronger than this old man? No one knew, but everyone felt that it was unlikely. This old man's strength had already exceeded the scope of this universe. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly chuckled. Sir, don't you think you're too arrogant? The old man looked at Gu Chou. It's not that I'm too arrogant, it's that your horizons are too low. You don't know what a true expert is. You are still studying the Tao of spacetime, and so far, only the Snow Mountain King has transcended the scope of spacetime. But where I come from, our people start learning the top Tao of spacetime from birth. The ultimate Tao of spacetime that you pursue your entire life, our people are born with it. Saying this, he shook his head and smiled. You and us are not on the same level. Dimensional strike. Everyone was silent. Arrogant? Very arrogant. But he had the strength to do so. At this time, the old man looked at Yi Xian. What are you still waiting for? Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. He discovered that, as Gu Chou had said, he was a person born with hatred. This old man was originally targeting the Snow Mountain King, Gu Chou, and the others, but now he was targeting him and even wanted him to call for help. If he didn't call for help, he would act like he was looking down on him. What should he do? At this time, Gu Chou walked to Yi Xian's side. He looked at the old man in the sky and whispered, "Brother Yi, are you worried that the person behind you is no match for this old man? If that's what you're worried about, I can tell you that I've already read this old man's fortune. If you let him sense your sister, he'll definitely die." With that, he looked at Yi Xian. "My fortune-telling is very accurate." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the old man suddenly pointed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. "The person who made this sword is the person behind you?" Gu Chou hurriedly nodded, "Yes. If you think you're invincible, you can sense her." As he spoke, he seized the green profound sword from Yi Xian's hand, and then he hurriedly sent it over to the old man. Yi Xian was speechless. Gu Chou looked at the elder. He pointed at the green profound sword. "Come." The old man smiled. "As you wish." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the green profound sword, while Gu Chou hurriedly retreated to the side. The old man slowly closed his eyes and the green profound sword in his hand began to tremble. Everyone was looking at the old man. Meanwhile, the old man frowned slightly. He hadn't sensed the woman in a plain dress, but he'd sensed danger. At the same time, a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. Meanwhile, Gu Chou suddenly laughed. "Why did you stop? You're not afraid, are you?" The expressions of the surrounding people also became strange. The old man glanced at Gu Chou and sneered. "Afraid? How laughable." As he spoke, he closed his eyes once more. The green profound sword trembled more and more violently. Meanwhile, the old man frowned deeply because the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He'd never felt like this before. Could it be that she's really an extraordinary expert? When he thought of this, the old man was about to give up. Even though he was confident, he didn't think that he was invincible. At this moment, the uneasiness in his heart made him understand that she wasn't an ordinary person. Give up. The old man was about to give up when he suddenly raised his head, and his pupils constricted. "I sense," hiss. At this moment, a sword light flew out of nowhere. Seeing this sword, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to make a move, but the moment the thought arose in his mind, the sword light had already entered his brow. Boom! The old man's body disappeared, leaving only his soul. Not only that, but his soul was also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was petrified. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Instant kill. Everyone's mind went blank as if they'd been struck by lightning. What was the strength of this old man? He was an existence that could suppress the king of Snow Mountain. Yet, such a super expert had been killed in an instant? Not only the crowd, but even the king of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou felt their hearts churning like waves. Especially the king of Snow Mountain. He was very clear about the old man's strength, but he didn't expect that the old man would be instantly killed. Moreover, he'd been killed across countless star fields. How strong was the other party? Gu Chou and the king of Snow Mountain's faces became unprecedentedly solemn. Not far away, the old man who hadn't died yet had a blank look in his eyes. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible," Gu Chou shrugged. "Accept reality. You're already gone." Everyone, the old man looked at Gu Chou, as if he'd lost his soul. "Absolutely impossible, so far away, how could she kill me? I didn't even have the power to fight back. How is this possible?" Gu Chou blinked. "I sympathize with your experience, but to be honest, I'm taking pleasure in your misfortune." Everyone, the old man stared at Gu Chou, his eyes full of resentment. "Do you think you've won?" "No. Once I die, you'll completely anger the people above you," Gu Chou suddenly said, we have brother Ye's sister. She alone can beat all of you. Yi Xian, the old man glanced at the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand, then completely disappeared. He was directly erased. He truly disappeared. Everyone was still silent. What happened today was too dramatic. At this time, Gu Chou softly said, "A living person is gone just like that." Everyone, at this time, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the profound azure sword returned to his hand. Happy? He wasn't happy at all. Because he knew that an even bigger trouble was definitely coming soon. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian glanced at Gu Chou, King Xiaofan, and the others. "Do you still want to fight? Still want to fight?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the evil race and Fan Jian's people became somewhat unnatural. Still want to fight? At this time, Fan Jian suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look!" Everyone looked up. The stone door in the sky was still there, and it hadn't disappeared. Everyone's expressions turned solemn when they saw this. Yi Xian looked at King Xiaofan. "Senior, do you know what kind of force that is?" King Xiaofan shook his head. "I sensed them a long time ago, but at that time, I wasn't strong enough to break the space-time tunnel." Yi Xian looked at everyone. "Everyone, let me give you a small suggestion. You should know that although the old man died, this is definitely not the end. It is the beginning. In other words, it won't be long before the force behind the stone door attacks us again." Everyone was silent. Yi Xian continued. "Don't pin your hopes on me. I can't contact my sister. If they don't use the profound azure sword to find my sister, then my sister won't attack them. Do you understand?" Fan Jian suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, where is your sister now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." After saying this, he turned around and left. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the stone door. Everyone raised their heads in unison. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He felt a headache coming on. Damn it! They didn't give him any time to develop. This was going to force him to his death. Right at this moment, the stone door was suddenly opened, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within. The middle-aged man wore an embroidered robe, and the entire expanse of the heavens and the earth instantly became illusory as soon as he walked out. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings became solemn when they witnessed this scene. The middle-aged man looked at everyone below and smiled. "Who killed the old man just now?" Down below, everyone turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. 10,000 horses galloped in his heart. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Yi Xian. After a moment, he looked at everyone. "Are you joking?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Yi Xian was speechless. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian again. After a moment, he chuckled. "You don't look like someone who can kill someone at the Heartless Realm." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Heartless Realm?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's our realm." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. "What's your realm?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Dao Brink." Yi Xian shook his head. "I've never heard of it." The middle-aged man smiled. "It's normal." As he spoke, he looked at the Snow Mountain King. "Originally, we belonged to two different worlds. You live your lives, and we live ours. But you just had to break this peace," Fan Jian suddenly said, "we're not going to your world." Actually, besides the Snow Mountain King, even though they were curious about the Dao Brink, they knew very well that they weren't qualified to enter it. The difference in strength between them was too great. Wouldn't they be courting death if they insisted on entering someone else's world? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man smiled. "Originally, we could have lived in peace. But you killed one of our people." Fan Jian wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Meanwhile, a saint behind her suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. He was the one who killed them. It has nothing to do with us. Yi Xian glanced at that person and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and smiled without saying a word. Yi Xian looked at the crowd. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke. P.S. Maybe I don't update the most, but I am definitely the most punctual. Furthermore, it never stopped updating. Chapter 1962. In front of the stone door, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You killed him?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes." The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, "If you killed him, it would be equivalent to you saving this universe. But now, the people of this universe want to disassociate themselves from you. What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't have any thoughts." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "If that's the case, then you come with me." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man, "Can I resist?" The middle-aged man nodded, "You can." Yi Xian was silent. Resist? How to resist? Let him feel the Qingxian sword. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This guy in front of him didn't look like a retard. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly said, "Brother Yi." Yi Xian looked at Gu Chou. Gu Chou smiled slightly, "How can I let you bear this alone?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "You want to help?" Gu Chou laughed, "If you didn't stand up just now, who among us could resist that old man? And now, they want revenge, how can we let you bear it alone?" Yi Xian hurriedly pulled Gu Chou in front of him, "Brother Gu, I was waiting for you to say this. Come, you bear it now." Gu Chou's expression froze. "Everyone," Gu Chou pulled Yi Xian's sleeve, "aren't you going to be polite?" Yi Xian said seriously, "We are brothers, why be polite?" Gu Chou hesitated and then said, "Why don't you be a little more polite?" Yi Xian shook his head, "I won't." Gu Chou, at this time, the middle-aged man looked at Gu Chou, "Are you going to help him?" Gu Chou hesitated and then said, "I want to reconsider." Yi Xian, the middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, "Are you two playing with me?" Gu Chou suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, may I borrow your sword?" Yi Xian nodded. "Of course." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew to Gu Chou. Gu Chou gripped the green profound sword and looked up at the middle-aged man. "Brother Yi, if I die, please help me take care of my people." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Everyone, Good Sorrow looked at Yi Xian. "You," Yi Xian said seriously, "don't worry, if you die, I will definitely take good care of your clansmen, unless I die." The evil race, after a moment of silence, Gu Chou said, "I met the wrong person." As he spoke, he turned around to look at the middle-aged man and roared with laughter, "Come, let me experience an expert at the brink of Tao." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The middle-aged man suddenly stretched out two fingers and gently pinched. Boom! A sword light was caught between his fingertips. The green profound sword was caught between these two fingers and could not move at all. The middle-aged man glanced at the green profound sword in front of him and smiled. A very powerful sword. As he spoke, he lightly shook. Boom! Gu Chou and his sword were sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a black spacetime net trapped him. Gu Chou's expression changed greatly. He casually slashed out with his sword. Chi! The black net was directly torn apart. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with surprise. "Your sword is a bit interesting." Gu Chou looked at the green profound sword in his hand and praised, "Good sword." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Brother Yi, you're so cheap." Yi Xian's face darkened. He was about to speak. This chapter is not over, please continue. But at this moment, Gu Chou suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. Again. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. A sword suddenly slashed down from above the middle-aged man's head. At this moment, the middle-aged man took a step back, and the sword slashed through thin air. Gu Chou's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly blocked with his sword. Boom! The green profound sword trembled violently, and Gu Chou retreated tens of thousands of feet. And as soon as he stopped, the middle-aged man suddenly took a step forward and punched out. With this punch, the space-time in front of Gu Chou suddenly split apart. Gu Chou's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly displayed the time domain. The next moment, the split space-time actually recovered, and at this moment, a sword appeared between the middle-aged man's eyebrows without warning. But it was still caught between two fingers. The middle-aged man's two fingers exerted force, wanting to break the green profound sword, but he found that he could not. The middle-aged man frowned. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly exerted force. Boom! With a loud explosion, Gu Chou and his sword were directly blasted into a mysterious spacetime tens of thousands of feet away. In that spacetime, countless black divine lightnings suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Gu Chou's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, the black divine lightning poured down. Rumble! The entire spacetime directly shook. Gu Chou hurriedly held the green profound sword and stabbed upwards. Boom! A bolt of divine lightning was stabbed by the green profound sword, and then it exploded. It was like cutting tofu. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the distance frowned. Your sword. At this moment, Gu Chou was also slightly stunned. Because he found that even though he had fallen into this mysterious spacetime, he did not feel any danger at all. This sword was too amazing. In the distance, the middle-aged man smiled. Your sword is really too interesting. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and in the next moment, he turned his hand and pressed down. This time, a spear with extremely terrifying force swept down from above Gu Chou's head. Gu Chou's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block it. At the same time, the surrounding spacetime directly merged with him. Boom! Gu Chou's spacetime trembled violently, and then it caved in, but it did not shatter. That spacetime forcefully blocked this terrifying spear. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. This spear of mine transcends the scope of spacetime, but you are one with spacetime, yet you can actually resist my spear. As he spoke, he looked at the cyan profound sword in Gu Chou's hand. It's because of this sword. Gu Chou looked at the cyan profound sword in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. He found that with the support of this sword, his spacetime domain was countless times stronger. With the support of the cyan profound sword, even an expert who transcended spacetime like the middle-aged man could not do anything to it. It was too terrifying. Gu Chou suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, why don't you give this sword to me? Yi Xian smiled. Why don't you sense my sister and ask if she agrees? Gu Chou's mouth twitched. Pretend I didn't ask. He did not want to die. Gu Chou looked up at the middle-aged man in the distance. The middle-aged man flicked his sleeve, and the spear suddenly tore through the air towards Gu Chou. Gu Chou suddenly slashed down with his sword. Boom! The spear was stopped, but the powerful force sent the cyan profound sword in his hand flying. At the instant the cyan profound sword flew out, Gu Chou's pupils constricted because he sensed a trace of the aura of death. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was still too late. Hiss! The spear pierced through his right chest. When he stopped, his entire body had already entered a dark spacetime, and the black divine lightning from before had appeared once more. Gu Chou's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene, and he hurriedly said, Brother Yi, save me. No. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. With the cyan profound sword, he would absolutely be unable to block the black divine lightning. Meanwhile, a ray of sword light flew into this spacetime, and it was the cyan profound sword. Gu Chou hurriedly grabbed the cyan profound sword, and in the next moment, the cyan profound sword brought him out. However, his body was firmly locked down by a powerful force, and he was unable to move at all. On the other side, the middle-aged man turned to look at Yi Xian, and he smiled, a very interesting sword. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man smiled, kill. Of course, I'm not going to kill you. As he said this, he looked at the King of Snow Mountain in the distance. The King of Snow Mountain's expression was calm, kill me? The middle-aged man looked at the King of Snow Mountain, and he smiled, you said before that if we don't give you resources, you'll take them yourself? The King of Snow Mountain looked at the middle-aged man, and there was no fear in his eyes, yes. The middle-aged man smiled, come, try it. As his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the spear in front of Gu Chou's chest suddenly flew out, and in the next moment, it appeared directly in front of the King of Snow Mountain. The King of Snow Mountain's entire body disappeared. The middle-aged man smiled, above space-time. As he said this, he opened his palm, and the spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he held the spear and stabbed fiercely to the right. Hiss! Space-time was torn apart, and in the next moment, a stream of blood shot out from that space-time, and the next moment, a figure flew out. It was the King of Snow Mountain. The moment the King of Snow Mountain flew out, the middle-aged man flicked his sleeve. Boom! A black space-time net directly locked the King of Snow Mountain. His eyes flashed with hostility, and he suddenly punched out. Boom! The space-time net directly deformed, but it did not break. The King of Snow Mountain still wanted to attack, but at this time, the middle-aged man suddenly disappeared. The King of Snow Mountain's pupils shrank, and his arms suddenly blocked. Hiss! A spear suddenly pierced through the King of Snow Mountain's arms, and then pierced between his eyebrows. Boom! The King of Snow Mountain's body froze in place. The faces of Fan Jian and the others became unprecedentedly solemn. The invincible King of Snow Mountain was gone just like that? The middle-aged man looked at the King of Snow Mountain and smiled, above space-time? Is it very powerful? No, that is just the beginning. The King of Snow Mountain looked up at the stone door, his eyes full of confusion. Thousands of years of cultivation, but in one day, nothingness. The results of his tens of thousands of years of cultivation were just the beginning in the eyes of others. The King of Snow Mountain looked at the stone door, and his body and soul became more and more illusory. Dead. The scene was deathly silent. The invincible King of Snow Mountain was really dead. Gu Chou's expression was sad. Although he and the King of Snow Mountain were also enemies, seeing the other die here, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and then with a grab, a spatial ring fell into his hand. It was the King of Snow Mountain's spatial ring. He took a glance at the storage ring before putting it away without batting an eyelid. Everyone, at this moment, a saint behind Fan Jian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and said, "He killed your people, why don't you make trouble for him?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and smiled, "Do you know why I dared to kill the King of Snow Mountain? Because he can't kill our people." As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian and said, "Do you know why I didn't kill this little brother? Because if he can kill our people, then he can probably kill me too. There is no deep hatred between us, so why should I kill this little brother?" At this point, he smiled slightly. Actually, the Tao Edge realm is very hospitable. Of course, the premise is that you have enough strength. Everyone, end of this chapter. Chapter 1963. The middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned. Damn it. Whether the border realm is hospitable or not depends entirely on their strength. Yi Xian was quite stunned as well. He'd thought that the middle-aged man would go crazy and try to kill him. So that wasn't the case. That's a little out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Young brother, are you interested in going to our border realm? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. What's your name? The middle-aged man replied, Nakayama of Silla. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Nakayama of Silla? The middle-aged man nodded. I'm Nakayama of Silla from Daolin Kingdom. Do you know Daolin Kingdom? Oh, you definitely don't. But that's fine. I can tell you that it's called the Border Realm, and our Daolin Kingdom is named after it. Do you understand? All of them were speechless. Nakayama of Silla gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Young brother, this world is too limited. Moreover, its martial Dao civilization is too low, and it's truly not suitable for development. Are you interested in going to the Border Realm with me? When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at Gu Chou. You can go as well. Gu Chou hesitated for a moment and said, all of us can go. Nakayama of Silla shook his head. I can only take 3 people with me. 3 people. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Did this fellow come here just to pick people? Gu Chou gazed at Yi Xian. Are you going? Yi Xian gazed at Nakayama of Silla. Can we choose not to go? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Of course. However, I have to remind all of you that you killed that old man. Do you know who he is? He's a member of the enforcement sect, and it won't be long before the enforcement sect arrives. At that time, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Gu Chou was astounded. So all of you aren't on the same side? Nakayama of Silla spoke seriously. Of course. Everyone. So this guy wasn't in cahoots with the old man. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, why did you bring us here? Nakayama of Silla laughed and said, I think we are wasting time now. I have to remind all of you that the members of the Daolin enforcement sect will arrive in another 10 minutes. At that time, all of you will have to face numerous extraordinary experts. Hearing this, Gu Chou's face suddenly became a little ugly. Nakayama of Silla looked at Yi Xian. Especially you. If they find out that you killed their men, they will never let you off. If you are willing to go to the Dao Boundary Realm with me, I can settle this for you. Yi Xian and Gu Chou looked at each other. Gu Chou said solemnly, I'll go. Nakayama of Silla looked at Yi Xian. What about you? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Do I have any other choice? Nakayama of Silla smiled slightly. I don't think so. At this moment, Fan Jian suddenly said, Sir, don't you have another spot? Nakayama of Silla sized Fan Jian up. You want to go? Fan Jian nodded. Nakayama of Silla laughed. Give me a reason. Fan Jian glanced at Gu Chou and Yi Xian. Why did you choose them? Nakayama of Silla pointed at Gu Chou. Because he is a genius. With a little nurturing, a super genius will appear in our Daolin nation. Fan Jian pointed at Yi Xian. What about him? Nakayama of Silla glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. There are people behind him. If there are people behind you, they can go with me. Everyone, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Fan Jian's expression was slightly unnatural. At this moment, a Mingji saint behind Fan Jian suddenly said, Sir, if you were to choose one of them, who would you choose? Gu Chou? Yi Xian? Everyone looked at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! The Mingji saint who spoke was directly eliminated. Nakayama of Silla laughed. What kind of trash is this? He doesn't have any strength, yet he dares to sow discord in front of me. Really? The Mingji saints behind Fan Jian didn't dare to speak anymore. Nakayama of Silla looked at Yi Xian and Gu Chou. He smiled. We don't have much time left. Let's go. Gu Chou turned to look at the evil tribe members. From now on, Gu Bo will be the evil tribe leader. Hearing this, the evil tribe members wanted to say something. Gu Chou suddenly said, "This is my choice. Don't worry, I will be back." The evil tribe members looked at each other, and then knelt down in unison. "Farewell, tribe leader." They naturally knew that this was a chance for Gu Chou to change her fate. Gu Chou changing her fate was equivalent to the evil tribe changing their fate. This was great news. Gu Chou nodded slightly, and then looked at Nakayama of Silla. "Let's go." Nakayama of Silla smiled. "All right." As he spoke, he led Yi Xian and Gu Chou towards the sky. Fan Jian and the others had gloomy expressions as they watched Yi Xian and the others leave. No one knew what they were thinking. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, who was in the sky, and just looked at him. After passing through the stone door, Yi Xian and the others started moving swiftly. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, why did you kill the Snow Mountain King?" Nakayama of Silla smiled. He was too arrogant and full of himself. There was no point in keeping him alive. Gu Chou said, "Those with a bit of ability are definitely a bit arrogant." The Prince of Zhongshan faintly smiled. "What you say is correct, but in our eyes, he doesn't have much ability." Gu Chou smiled bitterly. "I think he is better than me." Nakayama of Silla shook his head. "Not necessarily. He has cultivated longer than you. If you were in the same generation as him, you would not lose to him. Moreover, your temperament is better." Yi Xian suddenly said. "What about me?" Nakayama of Silla glanced at Yi Xian. "You are very mysterious. I cannot see through you." Yi Xian said. "Then why did you bring me to Daoji?" Nakayama of Silla smiled. "Just treat it as a good karma." Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, 3 powerful auras appeared in the distance. Nakayama of Silla spoke abruptly. "Both of you don't need to say anything. I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 old men in black robes appeared in front of them. The old man in the lead gazed at Nakayama of Silla. "So it's Nakayama of Silla." Nakayama of Silla smiled. "So it's Elder Gu Yi from the law enforcement sect." The old man called Gu Yi glanced at Gu Chou and Yi Xian. "Nakayama of Silla, who are they?" Nakayama of Silla smiled. "Now that you mention it, I think of something. The 3 of you want to head down there, right?" Gu Yi nodded. "Our people died down there. The 3 of us." Nakayama of Silla hurriedly said, "I killed them." Gu Yi looked at Nakayama of Silla. "Killed them?" Nakayama of Silla nodded. "It's that Snow Mountain King. You should know this person. He dared to say that he wanted to compete for our Dao borders resources. He's really reckless." Saying that, he spread out his palm and then gently wiped it. An image appeared in front of everyone. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Before. It was the process of him killing the Snow Mountain King, but there was no sound. Seeing Nakayama of Silla kill the Snow Mountain King, Gu Yi and the other 2 looked at each other. Finally, Gu Yi said in a deep voice, "Is it really this Snow Mountain King who killed our people?" Snow Mountain King nodded. "Yes." Saying that, he sighed. "Unfortunately, I was too late. Otherwise, I would have been able to save your people." Gu Yi glanced at them and Gu Chou. "These 2 are," Snow Mountain King smiled. "2 interesting little guys. Their qualifications are not bad. You also know that my Daolin state has been lacking people recently. So, there's no way." Gu Yi nodded slightly. "Understood." Nakayama of Silla hesitated, then said with a smile. "That, you see, I helped your people get revenge, don't you want to say something, Hearing this, Yi Xian and Gu Chao's expressions became strange. Damn it! Why is this guy like this? Gu Yi and the other two's expressions also became strange. Gu Yi hesitated, then said. Nakayama of Silla, you. Nakayama of Silla smiled. Not much. Just give me 10 divine ranges. Not much, right? Hearing this, Gu Yi's expression changed drastically. Nakayama of Silla, you are asking for too much. You want 10 divine ranges to kill one of your subordinates? Why don't you just rob them? You. Nakayama of Silla said. Then 5. Gu Yi said angrily. Impossible. Nakayama of Silla, we didn't ask you to kill for us. You killed them yourself. Nakayama of Silla still wanted to say something, but Gu Yi flicked his sleeve. Farewell. With that, he turned around and left with the two beside him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Nakayama of Silla looked into the distance and remained silent. Gu Chou asked. Senior, are you still worried? Nakayama of Silla said softly. Just now, that old man looked at you two a few times. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Little guy, I may not be able to protect you. Because next, they will definitely go down to investigate, and the fact that you killed that old man will definitely be exposed. Yi Xian fell silent. Nakayama of Silla said. You have to go. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Go where? Nakayama of Silla said in a low voice. There is only one force that doesn't fear the law enforcement sect. That is Spiritual Mountain. You have to go to Spiritual Mountain. As long as you can join Spiritual Mountain, and Spiritual Mountain is willing to protect you, then you will be fine. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Spiritual Mountain? Nakayama of Silla nodded. He took out a letter and handed it to Yi Xian. I know an elder of Spiritual Mountain. Her name is Yen Banshan. Go find her and find a way to become her disciple. As long as you can become her disciple, then you won't have to fear the law enforcement sect. Yi Xian was about to speak when Nakayama of Silla suddenly said. Little brother, we are leaving. With that, he disappeared with Gu Chou. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. On the other side, Gu Chou said in a low voice, Senior, why? Nakayama of Silla sighed in a low voice. It's not that I don't want to protect him, but I really can't. Your brother is not simple, especially the sword in his hand. That sword not only exceeds the scope of your world, but also the scope of our critical realm. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the others. He said softly, I also want to ride on his coattails, but there are too many people behind me. I don't want to gamble with the lives of my own people. Let him go and harm Spirit Mountain. P.S. Recently, I have been saving the manuscript. Write 3 chapters, publish 2, and keep 1. In this way, the manuscript can be saved slowly. Perfect. End of this chapter. Chapter 1964. Spirited Mountain. Yi Xian was stunned when he arrived at Spirited Mountain. Spirited Mountain was just a small hill, and if it wasn't for a tattered wooden sign with the word Spirited Mountain written on it, he would definitely think that he'd gone the wrong way. There were only a few thatched cottages on the hill. Spirited Mountain? Yi Xian felt that it was more suitable to call it Pashan. What should I do? Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before he walked toward Spirited Mountain in the end. Since I'm already here, I should go up and take a look, right? When he arrived at the peak of Spirited Mountain, a tattered thatched cottage entered his eyes, and an old man was sweeping the ground before it. The old man wore very simple clothes, and his hair was white. He seemed extremely old. Yi Xian's expression shook when he saw this. Based on his past experience, any old man who swept the ground in such a place was basically a peerless expert. Yi Xian walked over to the old man and bowed slightly. "Greetings, senior." The old man didn't even spare a glance at Yi Xian, and he just ignored him and continued sweeping. Yi Xian didn't feel embarrassed at all. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Senior, are you the only one on Spirited Mountain?" The old man still didn't speak. Meanwhile, Yi Xian withdrew the green profound sword and passed it to the old man. "Senior, do you think this sword of mine looks nice?" The old man stopped sweeping. He gazed at the sword with a calm expression, and he didn't speak as well. Yi Xian said with a serious expression, "Senior, feel it." As he spoke, he passed the sword to the old man. The old man glanced at Yi Xian but still didn't speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly grabbed the sword. A short moment later, his brows knit together slightly, and then he swiftly let go of the sword. After that, he gazed at Yi Xian silently. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Senior, I'm a member of Spirited Mountain from now on." As he spoke, he scanned his surroundings. Soon, he arrived in front of a thatched hut. Inside the hut were 5 or 6 memorial tablets. Yi Xian did not care and bowed slightly. "Greetings, ancestral masters. From now on, I, Yi Xian, am a member of Spiritual Mountain. Don't worry, ancestral masters, I will revitalize Spirited Mountain." Behind him, the old man furrowed his brows. However, as if he had thought of something, he glanced at the green profound sword in front of him. Soon, his brows slowly relaxed. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the sky. However, when the aura was about to approach the spiritual mountain, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. An old man had appeared at the foot of the mountain. It was Elder Gu Yi of the law enforcement sect. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw Gu Yi. This fellow really went down to investigate. Gu Yi looked coldly at Yi Xian, then looked at the old man in front of Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Elder Xian. Junior." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched slightly. This old man was really a super mighty figure. Elder Xian glanced at Gu Yi and did not speak. Gu Yi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Elder Xian, this young man killed someone from my law enforcement sect." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Sir, I am now a member of Spiritual Mountain." Gu Yi was slightly stunned and then became furious. "How is that possible? How could Spiritual Mountain accept you? You?" Yi Xian spread out his hands, "I just joined Spiritual Mountain." Gu Yi stared at Yi Xian. "Spiritual Mountain has not accepted anyone for 3 million years. How could they accept someone like you?" Yi Xian said angrily, "I'm joining unilaterally, can't I?" Hearing this, Gu Yi was stunned. Unilaterally joining? What kind of operation was this? Elder Xian could not help but glance at Yi Xian. A subtle change finally appeared on his calm face. Gu Yi stared at Yi Xian. If this guy was not on Spiritual Mountain, he would have made a move long ago. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. He also wanted to make a move, but he did not dare. This was Spiritual Mountain. He could not bear the consequences. But what puzzled him was why Elder Xian tolerated this guy's unreasonable pestering on Spiritual Mountain. At this time, Elder Xian continued to sweep the floor. Gu Yi looked at Yi Xian, his face a little ugly. "Yi Xian, they did not say that they would accept you. How can you have the face to stay up there? Don't you have any shame?" Yi Xian said angrily, "What's the use of this thing? Tell me, what's the use of it?" Gu Yi was stunned. Damn! He had lived for thousands of years and this was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. What kind of weirdo is this? Elder Xian, who was sweeping the floor, could not help but look at Yi Xian again. Gu Yi ignored Yi Xian and looked at Elder Xian instead. "Elder Xian, the sect master asked me to bring this person back." This, Elder Xian was expressionless. "You are not allowed to fight in the Spiritual Mountain. Gu Yi was a little troubled. Was the spiritual mountain going to protect this guy? Not allowed to fight? There was no way that Yi Xian would go with him obediently. Thinking until here, he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the spiritual mountain did not accept you as a disciple, but you are still here. Aren't you embarrassed? Yi Xian said, Of course I am. Gu Yi said angrily, Can you be more shameless? Yi Xian said, I am shameless. Gu Yi's expression froze, and his lungs almost exploded. What kind of weirdo is this? After a while, Gu Yi gradually calmed down. He realized that something was wrong. Why did Elder Xian allow Yi Xian to cause trouble on Spiritual Mountain? That was the crux of the problem. Yi Xian did not care about Gu Yi. He turned around and walked to the side, then sat down cross-legged and entered Xiao Ta. Cultivate. To him, the most important thing was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Strength was the way to go. Seeing Yi Xian enter Xiao Ta to cultivate, Gu Yi's expression turned ugly. Gu Yi looked at the old man and hesitated. Elder Xian, you. Elder Xian ignored him and turned around to continue sweeping the floor. After a moment of silence, a ruthless look flashed in Gu Yi's eyes. He decided to give it a try. Since Elder Xian could let Yi Xian cause trouble on Spiritual Mountain, Elder Xian might not attack him even if he attacked. Be bold. Thinking until here, Gu Yi suddenly disappeared and went straight to where Yi Xian was on Spiritual Mountain. Just as he was about to approach Yi Xian, Elder Xian suddenly flicked his sleeves. Boom! A white light flashed, and Gu Yi was sent back to his original position. When he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Yi was stunned. He looked at Elder Xian on the mountain. Elder Xian looked at Gu Yi coldly. If you attack again, I'll destroy your soul. Gu Yi was a little confused. Why? Elder Xian. Why didn't you attack him? But to me. Elder Xian looked at Gu Yi and narrowed his eyes. Get lost. Gu Yi was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately turned around and left. On Spiritual Mountain, Elder Xian glanced at the place where he was sitting and remained silent. On the other side of the mountain range, Gu Yi stopped and his expression was extremely ugly. After a moment, he turned around and looked in the direction of Spiritual Mountain, then turned around and left. This matter was no longer something he could handle. Because now Spiritual Mountain had made it clear that they wanted to protect Yi Xian. On Spiritual Mountain, inside Xiao Ta. Yi Xian felt a little pain in the ass because this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that he was at the life-body realm, not to mention at the Tao boundary, even below it, his realm was very low. And at this critical level, it was even lower than that. He had to find a way to improve his realm and soar Tao. Cultivation. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate crazily. Anyway, he had enough cultivation resources. After the fall of the Snow Mountain King, all his resources had fallen into his hands. Now, he was as rich as a country. Inside Xiao Ta, cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. At this moment, he had reached the life-soul realm. Next, he began to break through to the life-god realm. While cultivating, he did not stay idle. He walked around the entire Spiritual Mountain. Of course, Spiritual Mountain was not big to begin with. And in a straw hut on Spiritual Mountain, he found some ancient books. They were not martial arts techniques, but some miscellaneous books. From these books, he had a rough understanding of this boundary and Spiritual Mountain. This boundary of martial arts civilization was considered to be level 9, which was the highest known civilization except for the God Realm civilization. Below this boundary, there were countless universes. However, the people in these universes were all sealed by this boundary. Just like the burial zone, the people below could not sense the existence of this boundary, and the boundary of Tao boundary had no interest in the lower realm. In fact, Dao Boundary used to be a civilization below level 9. However, for a period of time, a super genius appeared in Dao Boundary, Jun Daolin. This person created an unprecedented realm, None. What was None? It was to completely jump out of the realm and not be bound by the realm. My heart is at ease. My mind is at ease. My body is at ease. My soul is at ease. My Tao is at ease. What was freedom? Ignoring space and time. Ignoring time. Ignoring life. Ignoring the great Tao. Jumping out of everything, thus being freedom. This was the martial arts concept that Jun Daolin had proposed. And he was also the first peerless expert in history to jump out of the realm and reach great freedom. Limitless realm. Precisely because of this, he brought Dao Boundary to become a level 9 civilization. Dao Boundary was not originally called Dao Boundary, but to commemorate this peerless expert, this world was renamed Dao Boundary. Ever since Jun Daolin, no one else had reached limitless realm. Because it was too difficult. Even Dao Boundary's legendary figure, Dao Ling, had only reached half-step limitless realm, and Dao Ling was the founder of Spirit Mountain. Dao Ling was also a super terrifying existence. It was said that she had used less than 30 years to reach half-step limitless realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but sweat. 30 years. Damn it. What kind of cheat is this? Dao Ling was also the peerless expert who had the highest chance of reaching limitless realm. However, 1,000,000 years ago, Dao Ling suddenly left Spirit Mountain, leaving only one disciple behind. That day, everyone thought that Dao Ling had reached limitless realm, but when she left, there was no movement at all. No one knew where she went, and no one knew if she had reached limitless realm. Inside the straw hut, Yi Xian closed the ancient book in his hands and fell silent. Limitless realm. He turned to look at the sky outside the straw hut, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. This limitless realm of Dao Boundary seemed to be a little close to Qing and his father. Was his life as a second generation coming to an end? Would his father be beaten to death by others? The green-robed man. End of this chapter. Chapter 1965. The days of cultivation were boring, but no matter how boring it was, he still had to cultivate. Yi Xian already felt pressured when he had learned about this borderline. Even if this boundary wasn't at the level of his father and Qing, it was definitely close. In other words, his life as a second generation might never return. What was worth mentioning was that while Yi Xian was cultivating, Yang Nianxue had already reached the life-knowing state. Just as he expected, Sister Shue's life-knowing state was not an ordinary life-knowing state. Her current level was even higher than the 12 life-knowing saints, perhaps only below the King of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou. Other than that, Xuang had also reached the life-knowing state. Yi Xian didn't let the two girls out because it was too dangerous outside. However, he didn't expect Sister Shui to sneak out. He was furious. Xiaota said, "Young master, instead of worrying about the Snow Lord, you should worry about yourself. Anyway, from what I know, the Snow Lord is Master's favorite. Master will never let her be in danger. As for you, you know." Yi Xian's face darkened. Know your sister. If not for the fact that he had to cultivate in Xiaota's body, he would have sold Xiaota. Ignoring the broken tower, Yi Xian started cultivating with Xuang. He decided to nurture Xuang into a super swordsman. He was one of them. He had to be nurtured well. About 10 years later, Yi Xian reached the life god realm. On this day, Yi Xian, who had reached the life god realm, left the tiny pagoda. He roasted a lamb and brought it to Elder Xian. He realized that Elder Xian did nothing but sweep the floor every day. Yi Xian tore off a lamb leg and passed it to Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, eat." Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian and didn't refuse. He took the lamb leg and started eating. Yi Xian looked around and asked, Elder Xian, are you the only one on Spiritual Mountain? Elder Xian said, there's one more. Yi Xian was a little curious. Who is it? Elder Xian didn't say anything. Yi Xian laughed, Elder Xian, can I ask you a few questions? Elder Xian still didn't speak. Yi Xian asked, Elder Xian, in the world below us, destiny awareness is the highest known state. Can you tell us about the state system here? As he spoke, he tore off a leg of lamb and passed it to Elder Xian. Elder Xian didn't reject it. After taking a few bites, he said, heartless, thoughtless, bodiless, soulless, Taoless, nihility. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The limitless realm is the limitless realm that Jun Daolin attained all those years ago? Elder Xian nodded. Yi Xian glanced at Elder Xian. What realm is Elder Xian? Elder Xian didn't say anything. Yi Xian was tactful and didn't probe further. Soon, the two of them devoured the goat cleanly in no time. When they were done, Yi Xian rose to his feet and returned to the pagoda to cultivate. Suddenly, Elder Xian asked, that sword of yours? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This old man couldn't resist asking after all. Yi Xian turned to Elder Xian and said seriously, Elder Xian, are you interested in this sword? Elder Xian glanced at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Danger! Danger! Yi Xian fell silent. It was obvious that Elder Xian had sensed Qing, from the azure profound sword when he touched it. But he was a little puzzled. With Qing, strength, no one should be able to sense her. Could it be that Qing, has been paying attention to me all this time? Yi Xian's heart was filled with joy. Elder Xian suddenly said, don't go down the mountain. With that, he turned and left. Go down the mountain. Yi Xian turned and looked down the mountain. Soon, he sensed a powerful aura in the mountains. Qingcheng, Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The speaker was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This young man was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl's name was Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl named Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was afraid and didn't dare to look at the great elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family for the mining rights in Nanshan. He's fighting for the family, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But the family is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly said angrily, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to discard him or not. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly smiled and said, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi family rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew it was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. Why are you shouting? He raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. But she didn't cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're good. After I become the Crown Prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged, "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1966. Yi Xian glanced at the old man who pointed in that direction. In the next moment, a sword suddenly flashed. The old man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly clenched his right hand, and then a powerful force swept out from his palm. The green profound sword slashed down. Hiss! The green profound sword pierced through the old man's palm, and a strand of fresh blood sprayed out. However, the old man had already turned around and fled. The other old man had fled as well. He fled. Yi Xian fell silent when he saw this. If a heartless expert didn't fight him and only wanted to flee, then it would be difficult for him to instantly kill the expert unless he caught the expert off guard. So long as the expert was on guard, then it would be difficult for him to instantly kill the expert. A short moment later, Yi Xian turned around and walked back to Spirited Mountain. When he returned to Spirited Mountain, Elder Xian suddenly asked, "How did you cultivate so quickly?" Yi Xian smiled. "An extraordinary genius. He naturally wouldn't expose Xiao Ta's secret." What a joke! Xiao Ta's ability was heaven-defying. Once it was exposed, then there would probably be countless troubles. Don't expose your wealth. Elder Xian gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian took out another lamb to roast, and then he said, "Senior, what sort of power is the law enforcement sect?" He'd already formed a grudge with the law enforcement sect, so he had to get to know this power well. Elder Xian fell silent for a short moment before he said, "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You don't know?" Elder Xian nodded. "I haven't left the mountain for many years." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "You wouldn't be sweeping here every single day, right?" Elder Xian smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian asked, "How many years have you been sweeping for?" Elder Xian thought for a moment and said, 9 million years. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Sweeping for 9 million years? How terrifying. Elder Xian glanced at Yi Xian. "The mountain master has returned. Go down the mountain." Yi Xian frowned. "Is it Mountain Lord Yan of Mount Yanbian?" Elder Xian nodded. "That girl's temper isn't very good. She might not like you, so it's best that you leave the mountain." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why don't you like me?" Elder Xian said, "You talk a lot, and you're very flowery." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Elder Xian said, "Why did you come to our Xian mountain?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Nakayama of Silla told me to come, he told me to become Miss Bian Shan's disciple." Elder Xian furrowed his brow. "Nakayama of Silla?" Yi Xian nodded. Elder Xian remained silent for a moment before saying, "He might be trying to trick you." Yi Xian was speechless. Elder Xian said, "The Mountain Lord has a bad temper. Furthermore, she will never accept you as her disciple." Yi Xian frowned. "Am I not outstanding enough?" Elder Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're indeed not outstanding enough." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Does this old man know how to speak?" Elder Xian said again, "Let's go." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he stood up, bowed slightly, then turned and walked down the mountain. But after a while, he returned to Elder Xian. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian pointed at the foot of the mountain. "There are many experts from the law enforcement sect." Elder Xian turned his head to look. At the foot of the mountain, 2 elders and a middle-aged man had appeared out of nowhere. The middle-aged man wore a dark golden robe and held a long halberd in his hand. Elder Xian said, "Thoughtless state." Yi Xian nodded. He's much stronger than Gu Yi just now. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can I stay here for a few more days?" "Just 5 days." Elder Xian said, "Up to you." Yi Xian was overjoyed. At this moment, Elder Xian said, "But I have to remind you that the Mountain Lord might return at any time. Once she does, you might be in big trouble." "Mountain Lord." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I shouldn't be that unlucky." With that, he turned and walked into a straw hut, then began cultivating. This time, he did not choose to break through to the thoughtless state. Instead, he cultivated his flying sword of life and death. When he attacked just now, he realized that his flying sword of life and death could actually be faster, especially since the green profound sword had been strengthened. Moreover, it could ignore time and space. Fast. His goal was very simple. It could be described in one word: fast. Extremely fast. At the foot of the Spirit Mountain. The middle-aged man with the long halberd looked at the Spirit Mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. An old man said in a low voice, "Elder Gu, the Spirit Mountain intends to protect Yi Xian." Elder Gu's face was expressionless. "Then what can you do?" The old man's expression was slightly unsightly. They really couldn't do anything. There were very few people on the Spirit Mountain, only 2. However, no power in the entire burial zone dared to offend them rashly. Besides the invincible Dao Ling from all those years ago, even Yan Bianshan was a terrifying figure. Elder Gu looked at the Spirit Mountain and said softly, "According to what I know, that young man was only at the life-body realm before this. However, he attained the life-knowledge realm in a short period of half a month. Moreover, he was able to instantly kill Elder Gu Yi. Even though he killed Elder Gu Yi by surprise, he's still not simple." The old man nodded. "The main reason is the sword in his hand. We've analyzed it before. There are 3 reasons why Elder Gu Yi was killed. First, he underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Second, he wasn't on guard and was killed by Yi Xian by surprise. Third, it's because of the sword in Yi Xian's hand. That sword can ignore the spacetime prison that Elder Gu Yi set up. In fact, the most important thing is that sword. That sword is really special." Elder Gu said softly, "It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying sword could appear in the world below." The old man nodded. "We're also doing our best to investigate the sword's origin." Elder Gu looked at the old man. "Have you found anything?" The old man said in a low voice, "This sword was made by a woman, and it said that she's Yi Xian's sister." Elder Gu frowned. "That's it?" The old man nodded. "We've investigated a lot about Yi Xian, but that plain-dressed woman," Elder Gu said, "you can't find her?" The old man nodded. "We can't find her at all. However, we've received news that if you obtain the sword in Yi Xian's hand, you'll be able to sense the plain-dressed woman through the sword." Elder Gu frowned. "That's possible?" The old man nodded. "Yes. As long as you hold the sword in his hand, you'll be able to sense the woman who made it through the sword." Elder Gu nodded. "Understood." On Mount Ling, inside Xiaota, Yi Xian had been practicing the flying sword to determine life and death every day. In order to reach the maximum speed of his sword, he entered the mysterious spacetime abyss to practice. When he was practicing inside, he realized that it had a miraculous effect. In the mysterious spacetime abyss, the spacetime density was extremely thick. The speed of the green profound sword in the mysterious spacetime abyss was different from the outside world. In there, its speed was several times slower. In fact, Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the green profound sword could ignore the mysterious spacetime, so why was it slower in the spacetime abyss? He did not think too much about it. In any case, he would practice it first. He also let Su Wang practice with him. He also taught Su Wang the flying sword soul fixation. He had never thought of holding back when it came to this girl. After all, they were on the same side. Keep the goodies within the family. In the following days, Yi Xian practiced crazily every day. In the space-time abyss, his flying sword speed became faster and faster. His goal was to make the flying sword speed in the space-time abyss be as fast as the outside world. If he could cultivate the sword speed to be as fast as the outside world, then after he left this mysterious spacetime, his flying sword speed would be. At the thought of this, Yi Xian could not help but feel excited. Just like that, days passed and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. After more than 10 years of hard work, the speed of Yi Xian's flying sword was already as fast as the outside world. After leaving the mysterious abyss, Yi Xian's mind moved and the sword suddenly appeared 10,000 feet away. Looking at the green profound sword that was 10,000 feet away, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth raised slightly. His smile gradually widened. In the end, he could not help but laugh out loud. The speed of his flying sword was at least several times faster than before. If he were to face Heartless now, he was completely confident that he could kill the other party in an instant, even if the other party was on guard. Invincible. Yi Xian laughed out loud. At this time, Xiaofan suddenly said, "Young master, I dare to swear on master's head that you will definitely not be handsome for more than 3 seconds." Yi Xian's smile froze. "Xiaofan, you are not just ordinary arrogant. Do you really not put father in your eyes now?" Xiaofan said in a deep voice, "I am still very respectful to master. Also, I was modified by Sister Tianming." Yi Xian shook his head. Damn it, this Xiaofan will be beaten into a pulp by father sooner or later. Even he didn't dare use the qing, to pressure his father, yet this small pagoda wanted to use the qing, to pressure his father every single day. It was really walking further and further down the path of courting death. Without entangling with this Xiaofan, Yi Xian left Xiaofan and walked down the mountain. At this time, Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "You concealed your aura." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "The middle-aged man leading below is Thoughtless Realm. Do you know Thoughtless Realm?" Yi Xian laughed. "Ant." After saying that, he walked down the mountain with large strides, walking with invincible steps. Elder Xian, very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked at Elder Gu in front of him and wanted to attack immediately, but he realized that Elder Gu was staring at him. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying force guarding in front of him. It was not the power of spacetime. Yi Xian's face darkened when he saw this. Damn it! This guy was actually so guarded against him. Right at this moment, Elder Gu suddenly said, "Yi Xian, we want to see the person behind you." Yi Xian subconsciously asked, "Which one?" Elder Gu looked at Yi Xian. "How many people are behind you?" Yi Xian said, 3. "My big brother, my father, and my sister." Elder Gu glared at Yi Xian. "We want to see your sister, the woman who forged that sword for you." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Your request reminds me of someone." Elder Gu frowned. "Who is it?" Chapter 1967. Needless to say, Yi Xian was a little surprised. Actively looking for Qing heir? That was a request. How unexpected. Elder Gu asked again, "We want to see the person behind you. Is that okay?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" Elder Gu laughed. "What do we want to do? Are you afraid that we'll harm the person behind you?" "Don't worry, we won't harm the person behind you. We just want to talk to her, that's all." Yi Xian did not speak, but his expression was a little nervous. Although it was only for a moment, Elder Gu and the rest caught it. Panic. Elder Gu smirked. Yi Xian, don't worry. I promise you again that we won't harm the person behind you. Of course, that's if you cooperate. Yi Xian turned to look at the spiritual mountain. Elder Gu suddenly said, escape back to the spiritual mountain? Yi Xian, think about it. Will the spiritual mountain really become the enforcer sect's enemy because of you? Moreover, you can escape now, but can you escape forever? Yi Xian looked at Elder Gu. If I hand over the sword, will you really let me go? Elder Gu looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian said in a low voice, swear. Elder Gu thought for a moment, then said, I swear. As long as you hand over the sword, the enforcer sect will not trouble you. If I disobey, let my soul be destroyed. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed. He hesitated for a moment, then opened his palm and the azure profound sword slowly flew to Elder Gu. A glint of excitement flashed in Elder Gu's eyes. He grabbed the green profound sword and slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, the spacetime around him disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Yi Xian had authorized him to use it. A moment later, Elder Gu said excitedly, a divine sword. It's really a divine sword. Yi Xian suddenly said, can I go now? Elder Gu looked at Yi Xian. Go? Where are we going? Yi Xian stared at Elder Gu and said, you said that if I hand over the sword, your law enforcement sect will no longer target me. Elder Gu smiled and said, who said we're targeting you? We just want to invite you to the law enforcement sect as a guest. Yi Xian's expression became somewhat ferocious. You actually went back on your word. Elder Gu laughed heartily. Yi Xian, you're going to make me laugh to death. I thought you were an outstanding person, but I never expected you to be so stupid. Gu Yi's death was too unjust. Yi Xian clenched his fists like an angry bull. The people behind me will not let you go. Elder Gu looked at the green profound sword in his hand and smiled. Are you talking about that woman? Yi Xian nodded. Elder Gu smiled and said, come, let me see who this woman behind you is. As he spoke, he held the azure profound sword in his hand and started to sense it. Yi Xian stared at Elder Gu and said, she will kill you. Elder Gu smiled disdainfully, kill me? What a joke. Do you know what state I am in? I'm at the thoughtless state, Chi. At this moment, a sword light descended from the sky. Boom. Elder Gu's voice stopped abruptly. Elder Gu's expression froze. The few elders behind him were shocked as if they had been petrified. On the spiritual mountain, Elder Xian suddenly looked up into the depths of the starry sky, but he saw nothing. Gradually, his expression became solemn. Yi Xian walked in front of Elder Gu and tilted his ear. What did you just say? Thoughtless state? Holy shit, is the thoughtless state so weak? Can't even take one sword? Elder Gu, Yi Xian blinked. Your thoughtless realm isn't fake, is it? Elder Gu gently pulled out the storage ring on Elder Gu's finger and said, Elder Gu, did he die unjustly? Elder Gu stared at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly slashed with the azure profound sword. Chi. Elder Gu's soul was directly absorbed by the azure profound sword. In the distance, the few elders of the enforcement sect were about to run. At this moment, Yi Xian moved his mind. Chi. The azure profound sword pierced through the battlefield and the two elders' heads slowly fell to the ground. Clean and neat. Yi Xian took the two elders' storage rings and turned to walk to the spiritual mountain. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, you've become stronger again. Yi Xian smiled, give me 10 years and I'll be invincible. Elder Xian, Yi Xian walked into a straw hut and looked at the 3 storage rings in his hand. There were 3 god veins in the storage rings. During this period of time, he had already learned that the main currency in this Dao boundary realm was actually the divine supreme crystal. This was because it was very useful to the experts of the heartless state and above. The saint veins were not very useful to the heartless state. This was also why the people of this Tao boundary realm did not plunder the resources of the lower worlds. There were close to 100,000 divine supreme crystals in the storage rings. Yi Xian put away the storage ring, got up, and walked out. He glanced at the foot of the mountain. There was no one from the law enforcement sect there. At this moment, Elder Xian suddenly said, "Are you leaving?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, "Have you decided where to go?" Yi Xian shook his head. This was his first time coming to this Tao boundary realm. He was still unfamiliar with this place. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, "Shall I recommend a place for you?" Yi Xian shook his head, "There's no need." After saying that, he stood up and took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, there are 50,000 divine supreme crystals in this storage ring. Thank you for your protection during this period of time. I will remember this favor." After saying that, he turned around and walked down the mountain. He had killed several people from the enforcement sect. This was a blood feud. If he continued to stay here, he would only implicate the spiritual mountain. Although the enforcement sect was not afraid of the enforcement sect, it did not mean that they would become enemies with the enforcement sect for him, Yi Xian. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, who was walking down the mountain without saying a word. Yi Xian looked around when he had left the spirit mountain. Then he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Not long after Yi Xian left, a woman suddenly appeared at the foot of the spiritual mountain. The woman was wearing a grass skirt and her long hair was scattered behind her back. In her right hand, she was holding a bamboo umbrella. After the woman walked up the mountain, Elder Xian quickly stood up and bowed, "Mountain Master." The woman turned around and looked at the horizon. The aura of an expert. Elder Xian bowed again and told her what had happened. After a moment of silence, the woman nodded, "Got it." After saying that, she walked towards the straw hut. Elder Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mountain Master, the sword in that young man's hand is extraordinary." The woman did not even turn her head, "It has nothing to do with us." After saying that, she walked into the straw hut and closed the door. Outside the door, Elder Xian smiled bitterly. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and the woman appeared in front of Elder Xian. "It can ignore time and space?" Elder Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, the woman walked down the mountain. After leaving the spiritual mountain, Yi Xian did not go anywhere else. Instead, he went straight to the enforcement sect. He knew very well that after he left the spiritual mountain, the enforcement sect would definitely not let him go and he would not be able to escape. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Where could he escape to? Therefore, he chose to take the initiative to find the enforcement sect. "Don't you want to kill me? I'll take the initiative. Let's do it." Yi Xian flew on his sword and it did not take long for him to arrive at the enforcement sect. The enforcement sect was located in a mountain range surrounded by mountains. The enforcement sect was built on one of the tallest mountains. Looking from below, the mountain towered into the clouds and the top could not be seen at all. When Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up and smiled, "Enforcement sect, don't you want to kill me? I'm here now. Why isn't anyone here?" At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a black robe and his hands were behind his back. His face was as expressionless as a dead man's. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled, "Tell your sect master to come out." The black-robed old man said, "I am." Hearing that, Yi Xian was stunned. The sect master came out just like that? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, "Doesn't the enforcement sect want to kill me? Come on. I'm here, come on." The black-robed old man still did not speak. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and it seemed like something was off. As if he'd noticed something, he suddenly turned around and saw a woman sitting on a rock not too far away from him. The woman wore a grass skirt and held a bamboo umbrella in her hand. Who is she? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, "Welcome, Mountain Chieftain. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Mountain Chieftain. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He knew who this woman was. The Spirit Mountain's Mountain Chieftain, Yan Bianshan. Yan Bianshan suddenly stood up and walked over to Yi Xian. "Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we annihilate the enforcement sect before leaving?" The black-robed old man frowned. He looked at Yi Xian, and the calm in his eyes had turned icy cold. Yan Bianshan stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. "You annihilate them, I'll watch." As she spoke, she walked to the side and sat down, and she just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. "Annihilate. I'll watch." Yi Xian was speechless. At the side, the black-robed old man was looking at Yi Xian as well. He was afraid of Yan Bianshan, but the enforcement sect wasn't afraid of her. After all, Yan Bianshan was only one person. Of course, he didn't want to provoke this woman because she was one of the 3 strongest experts in the Tao Edge realm. The most important thing was that she was really alone. This kind of person was the most terrifying because she didn't have any burdens. If she could win, she would fight; if she couldn't, she would run. The enforcement sect couldn't trample Spirited Mountain, right? Even if they could, they wouldn't dare. After all, who was the ancestor of Spirited Mountain? That was Dao Ling, an extraordinary expert. Most importantly, if Yan Bianshan could summon the ancestor, right at this moment, Yan Bianshan suddenly said, "Annihilate." The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi wants to annihilate my enforcement sect? You can do it. Come. My entire sect is waiting." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Sect Master, I have a green profound sword here. Do you want to take a look?" As he spoke, he passed the green profound sword to the black-robed old man. "It's very fun, take a look." The black-robed old man was speechless. P.S. Asking for votes. I ask every day in hopes that someone will vote. Chapter 1968. Look. The black-robed elder looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He really wanted to slap this flashy guy to death. However, he couldn't figure out Yan Bianshan's attitude. If he made a move and this woman protected him, then things would become complicated. To fight or not to fight? If he fought, the law enforcement sect really didn't want to provoke this woman. If he didn't fight, it would be embarrassing. At that time, the law enforcement sect would be in a dilemma. The black-robed elder had a headache. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the Qingxian sword. He turned around and walked to Yan Bianshan. He smiled and said, "Let's go." He naturally knew that the reason why the other party didn't make a move was because of Yan Bianshan. He had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing later. He had to know when to stop acting tough. Yan Bianshan glanced at Yi Xian, stood up, and left. At this moment, the black-robed elder suddenly said, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian turned around and looked at the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder looked straight at Yi Xian. "This matter isn't over yet." Yi Xian smiled. "If you're not satisfied, then come and destroy my spiritual mountain. My spiritual mountain is waiting for you." The black-robed elder was speechless. Yan Bianshan glanced at Yi Xian again. Her expression was a little unfriendly. However, she didn't say much. Moments later, the two disappeared into the horizon. The black-robed elder looked at Yi Xian in the distance. His expression was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he suddenly disappeared. At the end of the horizon, Yan Bianshan suddenly stopped. She looked at Yi Xian and opened her palm. Sword. Yi Xian glanced at Yan Bianshan. Then, he handed the Qingxian sword to her. Yan Bianshan looked at the Qingxian sword in her hand. Moments later, she handed the sword back to Yi Xian. Follow me to a place. Yi Xian hesitated and asked, where is it? Yan Bianshan did not speak. He took him and disappeared from where they stood. Yi Xian only felt his vision blur as countless white lights flashed in front of him. Soon, he suddenly felt his feet land on the ground, and his head felt as heavy as lead. Yi Xian shook his head with all his might. Then, he looked at Yan Bianshan beside him, his heart filled with shock. This woman's strength was terrifying. Yan Bianshan gazed into the distance with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Yi Xian turned around and looked into the distance. At this moment, he and Yan Bianshan were in front of a cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff was a mountain, and in the belly of the mountain, there was a stone door. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is? Yan Bianshan turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Lend me your sword. Yi Xian, on the other hand, did not refuse. He handed the green profound sword to Yan Bianshan. Yan Bianshan held the green profound sword and looked into the distance. In the next moment, she took a step forward. With this step, she had already arrived in front of the stone door. However, behind her, the space-time rippled like water. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. However, when he was about to approach the stone door, a strange space-time suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly displayed the mysterious space-time. The mysterious space-time directly suppressed the strange space-time. Up until now, there was no space-time that could compare to the mysterious space-time that Qing left for him. Yi Xian safely walked to the front of the stone door. At this moment, Yan Bianshan kept staring at him. Yi Xian touched his face. He was a little confused. What's wrong? Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. You can come over. Yi Xian smiled. Why can't I come over? Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian for a long time and said, nothing. With that, she walked to the front of the stone door. At this moment, the stone door suddenly trembled. Then, it directly turned into a strange whirlpool. Yan Bianshan turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, this sword, it ignores any space-time? Yi Xian said in a low voice, what are you trying to do? Yan Bianshan pointed at the door. This door is formed by a special space-time. The space-time inside has a strong crushing power. If an outsider enters it, not only will his physical body be crushed instantly, but even his soul will be turned into dust in an instant. Yi Xian was stunned. Even you can't stop it? Yan Bianshan shook her head. I can't. Yi Xian was puzzled. But as far as I know, you should be able to surpass space-time, right? Yan Bianshan said, that depends on who set up the space-time. Yi Xian said in a low voice, this stone door was left by your master? Yan Bianshan nodded. Ah Dao Ling. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became serious. He was no stranger to Ah Dao Ling. She was a legendary figure like Jun Daolin. Could it be that Ah Dao Ling was behind this stone door? At this moment, Yan Bianshan asked again, can this sword really ignore any space-time? Yi Xian nodded. It can. He had confidence in Qing. Yan Bianshan nodded slightly. In the next moment, she held the sword and stabbed forward. The cyan profound sword stabbed into the space-time whirlpool. Boom! The space-time whirlpool violently trembled. Gradually, the space-time whirlpool became illusory and transparent. Seeing this, Yan Bianshan's expression changed subtly. This sword really can ignore space-time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. At this moment, she was a little curious about Yi Xian's background. At this moment, the space-time whirlpool suddenly disappeared. A stone path appeared in front of the two. Yan Bianshan hurriedly returned the sword to Yi Xian, and then she walked towards the stone path. Yi Xian put away the cyan profound sword and hurriedly followed her. The two of them walked down the stone path, and it wasn't long before they arrived at a cave. The cave was very large, and its surroundings were inlaid with glistening jade stones. Thus, the view inside the cave was very good. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance coming from within the cave. At this moment, Yan Bianshan suddenly stopped. She looked into the distance, and there was a coffin there. Yan Bianshan was slightly stunned when she saw the coffin. Her right hand started to tremble. Moreover, her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did Dao Ling die? At this moment, the coffin suddenly disappeared, and a woman appeared in front of Yan Bianshan and Yi Xian. The woman wore a white dress, and her long hair was tied into braids. She looked quite playful. Yan Bianshan was slightly stunned when she saw the woman, and then she bowed respectfully and said with a trembling voice, "Master, Master." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this. That's the super monstrous genius, Dao Ling. However, he noticed that the woman before him wasn't her main body. Dao Ling looked at Yan Bianshan and smiled playfully. "Little Bianshan, did you think that Master had died the moment you saw the coffin?" He he. Yan Bianshan looked at Dao Ling with an extremely firm expression. "No one can kill Master." Dao Ling roared with laughter, and then she said, "Little Bianshan, you surprised me. Because logically speaking, you should have reached the half-step inactive realm in order to open the spatial door I set up. But you're still at the Daoless realm." Yan Bianshan turned to look at Yi Xian. It's the sword in his hand. Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian with a spurious smile. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, big sister." Yan Bianshan was speechless. "Big sister?" Dao Ling blinked, and her smile was slightly strange. "You called me big sister?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "To tell you the truth, I stayed at Spirited Mountain for a period of time, and I've admired Senior for a long time. Seeing Senior today, I was so excited that I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Senior." Dao Ling shook her head and smiled brilliantly. "What a showy little fellow, your glib tongue is really good." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the cyan profound sword in Yi Xian's hand flew into her hand. Looking at the cyan profound sword, the smile on Dao Ling's face gradually vanished, and a rare trace of seriousness appeared in her eyes. After a long time, Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. "Who forged this sword?" Yi Xian said, "My sister." Dao Ling frowned slightly. "Your sister?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Dao Ling was silent for a moment, and then she smiled. "You said you admire me?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Yes. I admire you, Senior." Dao Ling laughed. "Didn't you call me sister just now? Alright, I'll acknowledge you as my younger brother." Yi Xian's expression froze. "Yan Bianshan," Dao Ling blinked. "Why, you're not willing?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I'm willing. Very willing. Hello, sister." Dao Ling laughed, and she sized up Yi Xian's cyan profound sword, and then she smiled. "Little fellow, do you know what this sword contains?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "The way of space-time." Dao Ling shook her head. "Only one of them." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "There's something else?" Dao Ling nodded. "There's another unknown mysterious power, but it's sealed. However, if this sword is upgraded again, this power will be unsealed. Of course, with your current strength, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to control this power." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "It's fine, anyway, I never rely on external objects. I don't use this sword often either. Little soul, Dao Ling laughed, little fellow, you're really interesting, your personality suits me very well. With that, she opened her palm, and the cyan profound sword flew back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the cyan profound sword, and he hesitated, and then said, Sister, can I ask you a question? Dao Ling smiled slightly, you want to ask me, between me and the person who created this sword, who's stronger and who's weaker, right? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Ling smiled, a sword she casually created can break the spacetime I set up, what do you think? Yi Xian wanted to say something, but he stopped. In fact, what he wanted to ask the most was whether Dao Ling could sense Qing Er's true strength. After he came to this Dao boundary, he felt that this world might be close to Qing Er and his father. Because Qing Er and his father didn't have a realm at the time. And this Dao boundary's inaction realm was very similar to the no realm that Qing Er and his father said. However, he still didn't ask, because it was too abrupt. One must have a sense of propriety when speaking and acting. At this moment, Yan Bianshan suddenly asked, Master, where did you go? Dao Ling's gaze shifted from Yi Xian to Yan Bianshan, and she smiled, a fun place. Yan Bianshan wanted to ask something, but Dao Ling shook her head, when you're strong enough, you'll naturally know. Right now, it's meaningless for you to know that. You only need to understand one thing, and that is to cultivate hard and reach the inaction realm. Yan Bianshan nodded slightly and didn't ask anything else. At this moment, Dao Ling opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yan Bianshan. The things in this ring are helpful to you, if you're lucky enough, you might be able to reach the inaction realm. As she spoke, she sized up Yan Bianshan and smiled, your foundation is very solid, it won't be difficult to reach the inaction realm. Inaction realm. Yan Bianshan's pupils suddenly constricted, this master has already reached the inaction realm? Yi Xian was also shocked. After all, this Dao Ling had always been rumored to have reached the inaction realm, but no one knew if she had really reached the inaction realm, but now it seemed that she had clearly reached the inaction realm. Dao Ling's lips curled up, do you know why I left back then? After a moment of silence, Yan Bianshan said with a trembling voice, when Master left back then, you had already reached the inaction realm. Dao Ling nodded and smiled, yes. When you reach the inaction realm, it'll be a little boring at first, because the people around you are like ants to you. The difference between those below and those in the inaction realm is too great. How great is it? It's like the sky and the earth. When you reach the inaction realm back then, you'll find that everything around you is meaningless. Because you're an invincible existence. Of course, don't worry, this boring feeling will disappear soon. Because you'll discover a new world. Yi Xian was a little curious, what new world? Dao Ling smiled, humans are like a small cell in our body. Do you understand what I mean? F***ck. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up, she actually knows this. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and said in his heart, how do you know? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, this woman at least knows the organization structure of life. At this moment, Dao Ling smiled, this Xiao Ta in your body is interesting. Yi Xian was shocked, Senior can hear what it says? Dao Ling smiled faintly, what do you think? Yi Xian, Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian and smiled, all living beings are insignificant. In this endless universe, humans are like a small cell in the body. In fact, they're even smaller. Just like the Tao critical point, it's not small, but in the entire universe, it's as small as a speck of dust. The universe has no end, and the great Tao has no end. The so-called surpassing the great Tao, surpassing destiny, are actually all illusory. Yi Xian said in a low voice, in that case, it's endless. Dao Ling smiled, you can say that, because no one knows the end of the universe. Yi Xian was silent. Did Qing, and the others know the end of the universe? Obviously, they didn't. If they knew, the three of them wouldn't continue forward. At this moment, Dao Ling suddenly smiled. All right. It's basically over. Now, I'm going to meet this sister of yours. Yi Xian looked at Dao Ling, stunned. Meet Qing, Dao Ling smiled. Yes. Could it be that he had encountered such a mysterious super expert? How could he not meet him? When I come back, I'll give you another gift. Yi Xian said subconsciously, you should give it first. Dao Ling. Chapter 1969. After saying that, Yi Xian regretted it. That was a little disrespectful. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dao Ling was slightly startled, and then she laughed. Sure, I'll give it to you first. With that, she pointed with her finger, and a white light entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and countless information surged into his mind. At this moment, Dao Ling smiled and said, one is my inheritance, and it can help you cultivate more smoothly. The other is my understanding of your sword. You can use this sword according to the method I gave you, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. With that, she slowly floated up. At the side, Yan Bianshan bowed slightly and said seriously, Master, I will look for you. Dao Ling smiled, and then looked at Yi Xian. Little guy, can you do me a favor? Yi Xian looked at Dao Ling. What favor? Dao Ling said, Bianshan received my insights, and should be able to reach the inaction state. But during this process, she needs someone to protect her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, there shouldn't be anyone who is an enemy of spiritual mountain, right? Dao Ling smiled. Are you not willing? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I feel that if someone dares to attack Miss Bianshan, with my strength, Dao Ling smiled. Just do your best. If you really can't beat them, you can leave. Is that okay? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. I'll do my best. Dao Ling's lips curled up. Little guy, take care. And you, Bianshan, I look forward to you reaching the inaction state. With that, she suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already deep in an endless starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, Dao Ling looked up. Her gaze pierced through countless starfields, and the corners of her lips curled up. Let me see who you are. Finally, she saw a plain dress, and at this moment, a sword light suddenly entered between her eyebrows. In the cave. Yan Bianshan said in a low voice, Master went to find your sister? Yi Xian nodded. Probably. Yan Bianshan said softly, what do you think Master's chances are? Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. Why aren't you saying anything? Yi Xian was a little helpless. Let's go. With that, he turned and left. They were all on the same side, so there was no need to act. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Yan Bianshan frowned slightly. However, she did not say much and left with him. Not long after the two of them left the cave, a black-robed old man appeared on the scene. The person who had arrived was the sect leader of the enforcement sect, Xiao Xiao. It was the Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao, the sect, the sect, the sect. The person who came was the world lord Zong Shou of the Cloud World, another superpower in Daoji Kingdom. Zong Shou looked at Xiao Xiao and smiled. Sect Master Xiao, I didn't expect you to be paying attention to this place. Xiao Xiao said, how can I not pay attention to the last place Senior Dao Ling appeared? Moreover, this mountain lord would come here every once in a while. I just didn't expect her to actually enter this time. Zong Shou smiled. As far as I know, the sword in that young man's hand can ignore any spacetime. TSK. It can even ignore the spacetime left by Senior Dao Ling. This sword is not simple. Xiao looked calm. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, Zhongshou changed the topic. Sect Master Xiao, as far as I know, this person killed several elders of your sect. Xiao was expressionless. If the Mountain Lord gets Dao Ling's inheritance, Zhongshou smiled. So what? Dao Ling hasn't reached the inaction realm anyway. Xiao looked at Zhongshou. Do you believe that? Zhongshou was silent. In fact, they all thought that Dao Ling had reached the inaction realm. Why did Jun Daolin suddenly disappear? According to the successor of Jun Daolin, the reason why Jun Daolin left was because he felt that he had no opponents in the world after reaching the inaction realm. Why did Dao Ling leave? Obviously, she had reached the inaction realm. Xiao said, in other words, Mountain Lord Yan has the inheritance of an inaction realm expert. Hearing this, Zhongshou smiled. Sect Master Xiao, your idea is very dangerous. Xiao looked at Zhongshou. With our talent and potential, can we reach the inaction realm in this life? Zhongshou was silent for a moment. Difficult. 3 difficult. Xiao nodded. Strictly speaking, there's basically no chance. But what if we get the inheritance of Senior Dao Ling? Will we have a chance? Zhongshou narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao continued, this is our only chance. Zhongshou smiled. Then how do you think we should cooperate? Xiao said softly, when she reaches the inaction realm, we will make our move. Zhongshou said in a low voice, what if Dao Ling? Xiao was silent for a moment. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes. I bet she won't appear. Zhongshou asked again. That young man. He's an uncertain factor. Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. Kill him first. Zhongshou asked again. Do we need to contact Jun Daolin? Xiao shook her head. No need. That Nakayama of Silla has always been prudent in defending the city. He won't do such a risky thing. Zhongshou said softly, that's true. Spiritual Mountain. After Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan returned to Spiritual Mountain, Yan Bianshan walked to his straw hut. Yi Xian suddenly said, are you going to reach the inaction realm? Yan Bianshan nodded. Yi Xian sighed. Mountain Lord Yan, are you going to reach the inaction realm just like that? Yan Bianshan turned to look at Yi Xian. Is there a problem? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Mountain Lord Yan, have you ever thought about what if someone ambushes you when you are trying to reach the inaction realm? Yan Bianshan frowned. Yi Xian was relieved. Fortunately, this woman didn't say something stupid like, how is it possible? Otherwise, he would have turned around and left. Although he promised Dao Ling that he would protect this woman, it didn't mean that he would do it brainlessly. If he was not fully prepared and stayed here to help this woman, would he be able to leave if someone attacked? Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any suggestions? Yi Xian looked around. Yan Bianshan suddenly said, there are no outsiders within 1,000,000 miles. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Do you have any friends? The stronger ones. Yan Bianshan pointed at Elder Xian who was not far away. Yi Xian asked, anything else? Yan Bianshan shook his head. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He was a loner. Yi Xian asked again, do the law enforcement sect, Yunjia, and Jun Daogua know about the mystic realm? Yan Bianshan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said in a low voice, if I'm not wrong, they already know that you and I entered the mystic realm. In other words, they will definitely guess if we obtain Dao Ling's inheritance. Do you think they can resist the temptation of Senior Dao Ling's inheritance? Yan Bianshan shook his head. No. Yi Xian nodded. In other words, they might join forces to snatch it. Hearing that, Yan Bianshan frowned. At this moment, Elder Xian said in a low voice, "Young Master Yi is right. The law enforcement sect, Yunjia, and Daogua definitely won't just sit by and watch you reach the inaction realm." Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. "Do you have any ideas?" Yi Xian thought about it and shook his head. "There's no way because you don't have any friends. You're all alone." Speaking up to this point, he paused and said, "Can you summon your ancestor?" Yan Bianshan shook his head. Yi Xian was in complete despair. "Damn it! Others can summon their ancestor, so why can't you?" Yan Bianshan said, "Master said that you have to protect me." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Do you think I can defeat so many of them?" Yan Bianshan said, "I believe you." Yi Xian was stunned. "You believe me?" Yan Bianshan nodded. "I believe Master, and Master believes you. So, I believe you." Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Bianshan continued. "I have to charge into the inaction realm because even if I don't, they will still attack us. Am I right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Yan Bianshan said, "Once I reach the inaction realm, they are all ants." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Can you reach the inaction realm in 2 hours?" Yan Bianshan shook his head. "At least 3 million years. 3 million years." Yi Xian sighed. "By the time you reach the inaction realm, the grass on my and Elder Xian's graves will be dozens of feet tall." Yan Bianshan just looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bianshan suddenly said, "Do you want to escape?" Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. How did this woman know what he was thinking? Yan Bianshan said, "If you want to leave, then leave. You don't owe me anything." With that, she turned and walked towards the thatched hut. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have an idea." Yan Bianshan turned and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I will take you and escape." Yan Bianshan frowned. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian disappeared with Yan Bianshan. When they appeared again, the two were already inside the Shao Ta. When they entered the Shao Ta, Yan Bianshan was stunned. Gradually, her expression became serious. The time here and the time outside, Yi Xian looked at Yan Bianshan. "You only need 1 month to cultivate here." 1 month, is that okay?" Yan Bianshan nodded. "Okay." With that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Can you block for me for 1 month?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment and said, "I will try my best." Actually, he knew that if he escaped alone, it would be even more dangerous. He and Yan Bianshan entered the secret realm together. Would they let him go? Definitely not. Especially the law enforcement sect. They might be thinking about how to deal with him. If Yan Bianshan reached the inaction realm, there would still be a chance of survival. Yi Xian left the Shao Ta. He looked around and then looked at Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, you stay here and guard for as long as you can. If you can't, don't defend to the death. Understand?" Elder Xian nodded. "Understood." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and soared into the sky. In the distant sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him, was Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, where are you going? Work hard to save." Chapter 1970. Looking at Xiao Xiao in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. "I think you must be curious about whether we got the inheritance of Senior Dao Ling in that secret realm." Xiao Xiao nodded, "I am." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Yan will reach the inaction realm soon." Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Xian, "Don't worry, our men have arrived at Spiritual Mountain. They attacked. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Xiao suddenly walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Every time he took a step, the space would tremble slightly, and then ripples would appear. He was on guard. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was much lower than his, he was still on guard. People often died because of their carelessness. That was why Yi Xian didn't attack immediately. He could sense that Xiao Xiao was constantly on guard. It was impossible for him to catch him off guard. Yi Xian burst into laughter. "Old man, come on. Take my invincible sword attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in his hand trembled violently, and a sharp and ear-piercing sword cry soared into the sky. Xiao Xiao narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and flew on his sword, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He escaped. In an instant, Xiao Xiao was stunned. That guy actually escaped? Xiao Xiao quickly came back to his senses, and his expression was rather unsightly. He was actually playing with him. Xiao Xiao took a step forward and vanished on the spot. At the end of the horizon, Yi Xian flew through space on his sword. Since the azure sword could ignore space, he was extremely fast, so fast that even Xiao Xiao, who was at the Taoist realm, couldn't catch up to him in a short period of time. However, Xiao Xiao clearly didn't intend to give up, and he kept chasing after him. In the space and time, Yi Xian suddenly took out a voice transmission stone. "Sis, where are you?" A moment later, Yang Nianxue's voice sounded in his mind. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I missed you." Yang Nianxue remained silent for a moment before she said, "Are you being pursued?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Of course not. How could I be hunted down?" Yang Nianxue suddenly said, "I'm busy, let's talk another day." Yi Xian's expression froze. Damn it! She was his biological sister. Right at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split apart, and then an enormous hand that could hold up the sky grabbed out. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and gently flicked the hilt with his thumb. Chi! The azure profound sword was unsheathed and slashed down. Boom! The enormous hand was directly slashed into nothingness, and then the space in the surroundings surged violently. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiao Xiao gazed at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a sword suddenly appeared between Xiao Xiao's brows. However, it stopped when it was half an inch away from his brows because a mysterious force had obstructed the azure profound sword. The sword returned to Yi Xian's hand after it missed its target. Xiao Xiao didn't waste her breath, and she raised her hand and smashed her fist forward. With this punch, Yi Xian felt that everything in front of him had darkened. Space was obliterated. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and then the azure profound sword in his hand suddenly flew over to him and transformed into a sword shield. Bang! The sword shield shook violently, and then the space in the surroundings was instantly transformed into ash like burning paper. However, Yi Xian and the sword shield were completely unharmed. The sword and shield had forcefully blocked all of Xiao Xiao's power. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao's expression darkened in the distance. Yi Xian opened his palm and the sword shield transformed into a sword that fell into his palm. He looked at the distant Xiao Xiao and said with a smile, "So. Even the Taoist realm isn't that strong." After exchanging blows, he suddenly realized that the gap between him and the martial Tao realm wasn't that great. At this moment, Xiao Xiao opened his palm and flipped it lightly. In an instant, the spacetime around Yi Xian began to reverse. At the same time, countless black divine lightning appeared above his head. These divine lightning emitted an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. However, Yi Xian was not afraid because these divine lightning were formed from the power of time and space. Xiao Xiao said softly, "Fall." Countless bolts of divine lightning fell. Yi Xian did not dodge. He slowly closed his eyes and stabbed upwards with his sword. Countless bolts of divine lightning instantly drowned him, but not long after, all the divine lightning disappeared. Because they had all been absorbed by the cyan profound sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhao's expression suddenly turned ugly. What the hell? He could even absorb this? Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. He realized that he could use the cyan profound sword to absorb the divine lightning. To him, absorbing the divine lightning was a great supplement. If he did it a few more times, he might be able to reach the Heartless Realm. In the distance, Xiao Xiao said in a deep voice, "What kind of monster are you?" It had to be said that Yi Xian had shocked him. What he had used just now was the spacetime divine lightning. This was an existence even more terrifying than the spacetime abyss. As for this fellow, not only could he ignore the spacetime divine lightning, he could even absorb it. This was too abnormal. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed as he punched out. On the other hand, Yi Xian actually didn't dodge at all, and he allowed the punch to smash onto his chest. When his fist came into contact with Yi Xian's chest, a strand of uneasiness instantly arose in Xiao Zhao's heart. But at this moment it was utterly impossible for him to withdraw his fist, so he could only increase his strength. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao had fallen directly into a spacetime abyss. A mysterious spacetime abyss. Xiao Xiao's brows knit together slightly. He slowly pressed his right hand forward, causing the spacetime abyss before him to sink down. In the next moment, he suddenly charged forward. Bang! Xiao Xiao had forcefully charged out. However, Yi Xian had vanished at this moment. Xiao Xiao's expression became extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene, and he suddenly turned his head around. Call the law enforcement guards over. He noticed that it was still slightly difficult for him to kill Yi Xian with his own strength. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him, but the problem was that this fellow didn't want to fight him to the death. Spiritual Mountain. On this day, a person suddenly appeared at the foot of the spiritual mountain. It was Yun Jie's realm lord, Zhong Shou. After Zhong Shou walked up the spiritual mountain, Elder Xian appeared in front of him. Zhong Shou glanced at the straw hut in the distance, and then he smiled, "Elder Xian, I want to meet Mountain Lord Yan." Elder Xian stared straight at Zhong Shou, "Scram." Zhong Shou laughed heartily. Rumor has it that Elder Xian is the third strongest in the Taoist realm. I want to see for myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, the entire heavens and earth boiled. A vicious look flashed across Elder Xian's eyes. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, the two of them entered an unknown and mysterious spacetime. The two of them didn't dare to fight here because there was a powerful restrictive spell here. It was a spell that Jun Daolin had left behind in the past. If someone broke the boundary of the spacetime, it would be a destructive or large-scale attack. The restrictive spell that Jun Daolin had left behind would appear. It wasn't something that a Taoist realm expert could resist. Therefore, basically no one dared to destroy the boundary of the Tao realm in recent years. While Elder Xian and Zhong Shou were fighting, a dozen mysterious experts suddenly appeared in front of the straw hut. One of them waved his sleeve, and the straw hut turned into nothingness. There wasn't a single person in the straw hut. The leading expert frowned slightly, and he turned to look at the surroundings. He waved his sleeve again, and the surrounding straw huts all disappeared. But Yan Bianshan was still nowhere to be seen. The leading expert's face turned cold, and he turned to look, "Realm Lord, that Yan Bianshan isn't here." Hearing this, the spacetime nearby suddenly turned into a vortex, and in the next moment, Zhong Shou walked out. He glanced at the spiritual mountain, and very quickly, his face turned cold. He looked at Elder Xian, who wasn't far away, where is she? Elder Xian sneered, do you think I'll tell you? Zhong Shou narrowed his eyes, and at this moment, dozens of powerful auras appeared around Elder Xian. There were more than 10 Taoist realm experts among them. The killing intent in Zhong Shou's eyes intensified, kill. The surrounding experts were about to attack, and at this moment, Elder Xian suddenly said, I'll tell you. The Mountain Lord is in young Master Ye's body. Yi Xian, Zhong Shou frowned slightly, Yi Xian? Elder Xian nodded his head obediently. After a moment of silence, Zhong Shou said, let's go. With that, he directly led everyone and disappeared from the scene. Elder Xian looked at the horizon and said softly, little guy, you have to hold on. Yi Xian. Somewhere in the sky, Zhong Shou brought Yun Jia and the other experts to meet up with the law enforcement sect. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, she's in Yi Xian's body. Zhong Shou nodded, that woman is not on Spiritual Mountain at all. Xiao Xiao was silent. Zhong Shou said solemnly, that woman did not appear either, which means that she is very likely to break through to the inaction realm. Xiao Xiao said softly, do you think she can reach the inaction realm in a short time? Zhong Shou shook his head, impossible. She is not Dao Ling. Xiao Xiao said softly, I think she can. Zhong Shou looked at Xiao Xiao, stunned, why? Xiao Xiao said solemnly, this Yi Xian is not simple. That sword in his hand not only can ignore any spacetime, but it can also absorb spacetime lightning. He paused, then said, when he first came to the Dao border, he was only at the life-body realm, but now he is at the primordial spirit realm, and he used less than half a month. Zhong Shou frowned slightly, you mean he has some divine item that can shorten the cultivation time? Xiao Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Zhong Shou's expression suddenly became ugly. Xiao Xiao said softly, we have already attacked Spiritual Mountain, which means we have no way out. If that Yan Bianshan reaches the inaction realm, even if she is half a step into the inaction realm, it will be a huge disaster for us. In other words, we do not have much time. Zhong Shou said solemnly, then Yi Xian. Xiao Xiao looked into the distance, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes, kill that kid at all costs, or he will become a huge disaster in the future. Zhong Shou nodded, I will go contact those guys from the Hidden Killers Pavilion. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, at this time, Zhong Shou said solemnly, they must already know. It is impossible for us to eat it alone. Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, then nodded, go contact them. Zhong Shou turned and left. Chapter 1971. Daolin Nation. Daolin Nation's strength was actually at the bottom of the list. However, for so many years, no force had dared to target Daolin Nation. That was because Daolin Nation's royal family was the descendant of Jun Daolin. Although Jun Daolin was no longer in Daolin Nation, he was not dead. Who knew when he would return? Palace. After the morning assembly, Nakayama of Silla walked out. Behind Nakayama of Silla was Gu Chou. At this moment, Gu Chou was already in the thoughtless realm. Nakayama of Silla chuckled. Your brother is being hunted. Gu Chou frowned. By who? Nakayama of Silla said, the enforcement sect in Yunjia. Gu Chou said in a low voice, Brother Yi is in danger. Although he had not been in Daolin Nation for long, he was still familiar with it. Whether it was the enforcement sect or Yunjia, they were both top forces. Two sects hunting Yi Xian alone. Gu Chou suddenly said, this Brother Yi is really born with hatred. Nakayama of Silla smiled. The treasures on him are too tempting. Gu Chou looked at Nakayama of Silla. Senior, do you want to get involved? Nakayama of Silla shook his head. My Daolin Nation is small and weak. If not for our ancestors, we would have been devoured by them long ago. So, it's better not to get involved in this kind of thing. Gucho nodded slightly and said nothing more. Nakayama of Silla smiled. Go and cultivate. It won't be long before you reach the thoughtless realm. Gucho nodded and turned to leave. Not long after Gucho left, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Nakayama of Silla. The phantom lowered his head slightly and said something softly. A moment later, Nakayama of Silla smiled. Hidden Kill Pavilion is also targeting this young Master Yi? The phantom nodded. Yes. Their deputy pavilion master has personally taken action. Nakayama of Silla chuckled and said, pass down the order. Let the Dao Lin guard secretly pay attention to young Master Yi. If necessary, save him. The figure hesitated for a moment before he said, doing that might offend the Hidden Kill Pavilion, Yunjia, and the Enforcer sect. Nakayama of Silla looked at the shadow in front of him and said with a smile, as a person, one must have a breadth of mind and structure. What you see is a crisis, but what I see is a great opportunity. First, young Master Yi was no ordinary person, because the sword in his hand was definitely not something that ordinary people could create. At the very least, one had to be in the inaction realm to be able to create such a sword. In other words, young Master Yi definitely had at least one inaction realm expert behind him. Secondly, how many years has it been since the spiritual mountain accepted anyone? Since Senior Dao Ling accepted Mount Yen Bianshan, the spiritual mountain hasn't accepted anyone else. But now, young Master Yi is together with Mountain Lord Yen. When he spoke up to hear, he grinned and continued. Mountain Lord Yen definitely obtained Senior Dao Ling's inheritance. However, everyone overlooked something, and that is that young Master Yi entered the secret realm with Mountain Lord Yen, and then they came out together. After they came out, Mountain Lord Yen went into closed-door cultivation, and this young Master Yi actually stood guard for Mountain Lord Yen. Do you know what this means? It means that young Master Yi has definitely joined the spiritual mountain, and he's met Senior Dao Ling. What kind of judgment does someone like Senior Dao Ling have? Can ordinary people catch her eye? And since she's able to acknowledge young Master Yi. As he spoke, he looked up into the sky and chuckled. If we help young Master Yi, not only will young Master Yi owe us a favor, but the spiritual mountain will owe us a favor as well. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. The phantom suddenly said, King, we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let them kill each other, and we'll take advantage of it in the end. Nakayama of Silla sighed softly. What you said is not wrong, but you've overlooked one point, and that is that I want to reach the boundless realm. The phantom was stunned. Nakayama of Silla smiled. If we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, once young Master Yi and the others win, do you think they'll give a damn about me? Who knows, that Mountain Lord Yen might even destroy us if he's unhappy. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. In this battle, young Master Yi will definitely win. The phantom was a little puzzled. Why? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Because he has someone backing him. Fighting with this kind of person, so what if you win against the young ones? Because the old ones will come out immediately, and even a few old ones will come out. Besides, don't you think that this young Master Yi's family elders deliberately sent him to the world to train? You can beat him, you can torture him, but you can't beat him to death. If you want to beat him to death, it's definitely the same as poking a hornet's nest. The phantom was speechless. Nakayama of Silla smiled. You guys go first. I'll get ready. It's time for me to perform. Moreover, I'll have to put on a show for our young Master Yi, to make him feel that it's not easy for us to suddenly help him. We're helping him against a few super forces. Young Master Yi will definitely be touched. The phantom's expression froze. He bowed slightly, then turned and left. Nakayama of Silla looked at the horizon, where a white cloud floated gently. After a while, Nakayama of Silla suddenly smiled, then walked into the distance. In the middle of a mountain range, Yi Xian stopped. At this moment, he had already used the Qingxian sword to conceal his aura. However, he didn't think that he could rest easy like this. Yi Xian looked around, then entered Xiao Ta's body. Yan Bianshan sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. His eyes were slightly closed, and there was no aura coming from his body. 300 years. Yi Xian felt a headache when he thought about this. Because he knew that Elder Xian of Spiritual Mountain wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In other words, before long, not only would he be chased by the law enforcement sect, but he would also be chased by Yunjie. Two super forces. Yi Xian felt like he was a jinx, being chased wherever he went. Yi Xian left the pagoda and was just about to leave. However, right at this moment, his pupils constricted abruptly, and the azure sword in his hand vanished. Qi! A cold light flashed across his throat. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet. After stopping, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. There was no one in front of him. Moreover, there was a thin layer of armor around his throat. Armor formed by the Qingxian sword. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The one who had attacked him was a Taoist realm assassin. Even a Taoist realm assassin had been mobilized. But what puzzled him was how the other party had found him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Xiao Ta, can you sense that assassin?" Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, "No." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You can't? Are you kidding? You are Destiny's Tower, and you can't even sense an assassin?" Xiao Ta said calmly, "Is there any cause and effect?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "Young master, you have to rely on yourself, understand?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiao Ta continued, "Young master, think about it. Master and Sister Tianming are waiting for you to grow up. But if you continue like this, I don't think they will get to see that day. You don't want to be a second generation for the rest of your life, do you?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Can't you sense that assassin?" Xiao Ta said angrily, "Are you looking down on me? Who am I? I am Destiny's Tower." Yi Xian asked, "Then where is the assassin?" Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, "In the shadow behind you." Hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He opened his palm, and an air sword suddenly slashed at his shadow. Almost instantly, a cold light slashed at the back of Yi Xian's neck. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away, and the surrounding forest was instantly turned to dust. When Yi Xian stopped, the assassin was gone. Yi Xian said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, tell me his location." Xiao Ta said, 10 feet to the right, in a tree." Wang! A sword light suddenly pierced that tree, and the moment the tree broke, an afterimage instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away, then quietly disappeared. Xiao Ta continued, 300,000 feet away, in a pool. Yi Xian opened his palm. The armor on his body suddenly turned into a beam of sword light and slashed into the pool of water. Boom! An afterimage was slashed and retreated repeatedly, and in the place where it was, an arm was left. At this time, Xiao Ta said, "The opponent ran away." Yi Xian looked coldly into the distance. He discovered that although the assassin was also in the Taoist realm, the opponent's strength in a head-on confrontation was a bit weak. However, this was normal. After all, the opponent was an assassin, and they focused on killing with one blow. But once they faced each other head-on, the opponent completely lost his advantage. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, can you help me hide my aura?" He had previously relied on the green profound sword to hide his aura, but he discovered that someone could still find him. Xiao Ta said, "Of course. However, young master, I have to remind you that even if I help to hide your aura, the person just now might still be able to find you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, little soul has already completely hidden your aura, but the opponent can still find you. This means that the opponent was able to find you, not because of your aura. Yi Xian was a little curious. Then what is it? Xiaota said, young master, you have to remember, I'm just a tower. Why do you always ask a tower so many questions? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn, once this guy encountered a question that he didn't know, he would remember that he was a tower. Yi Xian asked again, Xiaota, remember to notify me at any time once the opponent comes near. Xiaota hesitated for a moment, and then he said, young master, don't you want to experience the excitement and pleasure of being between life and death? Think about it, being able to react in that extreme instant and kill the opponent. Isn't that very satisfying? Yi Xian fell silent. Xiaota continued, if I notify you, then it'll be very difficult for you to improve. But if you can rely on your own strength to kill the opponent, then it'll be completely different. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, what you said isn't without reason. Xiaota nodded, I want to experience the feeling of being pursued. Yi Xian smiled, it's not impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, brother, stop hiding. I saw you a long time ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a man in black suddenly appeared at the place where Yi Xian was originally standing. The man in black looked at Yi Xian who disappeared in the distance, and said softly, what the hell? Is he trying to scare me? P.S. You gave me monthly tickets, when I become a god, I'll definitely repay you with 100 chapters. Chapter 1972. Yi Xian went straight to the law enforcement sect. To him, the most dangerous place was the safest place. He quietly snuck into the law enforcement sect. Currently, all the top experts in the law enforcement sect had left. There was not a single Daoless realm cultivator in the entire sect. He did not kill anyone from the law enforcement sect. There was no point in killing these small fries. On the contrary, he would expose himself. To him, every bit of time was precious. In the dark, Yi Xian scanned his surroundings. Finally, he came to a small building. This small building was rather remote and had been abandoned for a long time. There were cobwebs everywhere. Yi Xian came to the top floor and looked around. There were some moldy ancient books placed around him. They were all worthless books. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and entered Xiaota. He slowly closed his eyes. Cultivation. Dao Ling had given him an inheritance. Just as Dao Ling had said, with the help of this inheritance, he could indeed save a lot of time when cultivating. In that inheritance, Dao Ling had already explained this realm in great detail, even including her previous cultivation experiences. This was too much of a help to Yi Xian. Yi Xian began to charge towards the Heartless realm. His biggest shortcoming now was that his realm was too low. Once his realm caught up, it was not impossible for him to kill a Daoless realm cultivator. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. Outside the law enforcement sect, the assassin hiding in the dark was at a loss. He wanted to attack, but he was also a little afraid of Yi Xian because Yi Xian seemed to be able to know his location. And if he faced Yi Xian head-on, he would definitely not be able to kill Yi Xian. In a head-on battle, his strength would be greatly reduced. Most importantly, he did not dare to approach Yi Xian now. He had actually given up on killing Yi Xian because he knew that he could not kill him. What he needed to do now was to follow Yi Xian and know Yi Xian's whereabouts at any time. Yi Xian's concealment technique was also somewhat unique. If one didn't follow him from time to time, it would be very easy to lose him. However, he was slightly puzzled as to why this fellow had come to the law enforcement sect. Inside Xiaota. Heartless state. To put it simply, he was at ease. It was the same concept as his sword Dao. Of course, it sounded simple, but it was still difficult to reach this realm. If the heart was bound, it would be difficult to be free. What he wanted to achieve was to let his heart be free from any shackles. This process was very difficult, and it required the support of countless resources. Previously, when he was trying to break through to the life-knowing realm, he felt that it took too much energy. But compared to now, he felt that it was child's play. This was because he needed to consume at least 1,000,000 Supreme Saint crystals every day. If it were not for the resources of the King of Snow Mountain, Elder Gu, and the others, he would not have been able to break through to the Heartless Realm. Apart from himself, he also gave Dao Ling's inheritance to Su Wang and let Su Wang break through to the Heartless state. He wanted to nurture a super expert. This was his disciple, he had to be careful. Just like that, 10 years passed. As he sat cross-legged on the ground, the aura around Yi Xian grew stronger and stronger. Outside, the black-robed assassin who was hiding in the shadows suddenly turned around, and a black-robed man had suddenly appeared before him. The black-robed man bowed slightly to the black-robed man. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The black-robed man before him was the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killer Pavilion. The Pavilion Master glanced at the law enforcement sect in the distance and said hoarsely, "He's inside?" The black-robed man nodded, "He's inside." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, "There's something strange about him. Because he seems to be able to see me." The Pavilion Master fell silent for a moment before he said, "Leave this matter to me." "You can leave. Remember, besides me, don't let anyone know of his whereabouts." The black-robed man bowed slightly and vanished silently. The Pavilion Master gazed into the distant pavilion, and then he vanished silently after a moment of silence. He didn't attack Yi Xian either. On the other side, Xiao Xiao and Zhong Shou's expressions were extremely unsightly somewhere high up in the clouds. Because they'd searched for an entire day and night yet hadn't found any information about Yi Xian. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Zhong Shou suddenly said, "Is there any news from the Hidden Killer Pavilion?" Xiao Xiao shook her head, "There's no reply from them." Zhong Shou frowned slightly when he heard this, "Even they aren't able to find him?" Xiao Xiao fell silent. Zhong Shou gazed at Xiao Xiao, "Is there a problem?" Xiao Xiao spoke indifferently, "Do you think the Hidden Killer Pavilion killed Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan in secret and seized the inheritance?" Zhong Shou's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard this. That wasn't impossible. At this moment, Xiao Xiao said, "No matter what, we can't place all our hopes on the Hidden Killer Pavilion. We have to think of another way to find Yi Xian." Zhong Shou looked at Xiao Xiao, "Do you have any good ideas?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiao said, "Where do you think Yi Xian is hiding now?" Zhong Shou frowned slightly, "What do you mean?" Xiao Xiao said softly, "If I were Yi Xian, then the most dangerous place for me right now might be the safest place." Hearing this, Zhong Shou's pupils suddenly shrank, in reply to Yunjie. Xiao Xiao stopped Zhong Shou, "Go to my enforcer sect." Zhong Shou was puzzled, "Why?" Xiao Xiao sneered, "Because my enforcer sect has the deepest hatred for him." With that, he waved his hand, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the powerhouses of the enforcer sect and vanished on the spot. After Xiao Xiao and the others left, Nakayama of Silla appeared. He looked in the direction that Xiao Xiao and the others had left and frowned deeply. After a moment, Nakayama of Silla said, "Let the Daolin guards and the Imperial guards head to the enforcer sect at the fastest speed." With that, he vanished on the spot. At the enforcer sect, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and was about to get up. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Silla's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Young Master Yi, focus on your breakthrough. I'll block the enforcer sect and Yunjie for you. However, I can only block them for an hour." An hour had passed in the outside world. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Senior." Nakayama of Silla smiled, "You're too kind." Yi Xian didn't have the time to think about why Nakayama of Silla would help him because he was at the critical moment of charging into the undistracted state. He needed some time. Within the Enforcer sect, Xiao glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended onto a pavilion in the surroundings. Found it. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread open his right hand, and then he suddenly grabbed at the pavilion. A powerful force swept down from the sky. Right when the force was about to strike the pavilion, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the pavilion, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The entire expanse of space warped. Xiao and Zong Shou's expressions turned unsightly when they saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Nakayama of Silla from the Daolin Kingdom. Xiao gazed at Nakayama of Silla. "Nakayama of Silla, we've always lived in harmony with the Daolin Kingdom. What's the meaning of this?" Nakayama of Silla smiled, "Sect leader Xiao, I'm protecting this young Master Yi." Xiao gazed at Nakayama of Silla, and then he smiled and said, "I understand. Nakayama of Silla has chosen a different path from us. However, our objectives are the same." Nakayama of Silla smiled, "Yes." Xiao turned to look at Zong Shou. "I'll hold him back." Zong Shou nodded, "All right." Xiao looked at Nakayama of Silla and was about to make a move. At this moment, Nakayama of Silla suddenly said, "Sect leader Xiao, can you listen to me?" Xiao was expressionless. What does Nakayama of Silla want to say? Nakayama of Silla smiled, "Sect leader Xiao, aren't you afraid that mountain chieftain Yen will summon her ancestor?" Xiao was expressionless. "I bet that she can't summon her ancestor." Nakayama of Silla wanted to say something, but Xiao suddenly slammed his palm down, and a powerful force swept down from the sky. Nakayama of Silla narrowed his eyes, and then he disappeared on the spot. Bang! In the sky above the law enforcement sect, a powerful force suddenly spread out. In the next moment, Nakayama of Silla and Xiao both entered another spacetime. Neither of them dared to recklessly destroy this spacetime. The nomological laws left behind by Jun Daolin were no joke. After Nakayama of Silla and Xiao entered another spacetime, Zong Shou looked at the pavilion below. In the next moment, he directly rushed towards the pavilion. Just as he arrived in front of the pavilion, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly turned around. Swoosh! Zong Shou retreated thousands of feet away, but one of his arms was forever left in the same place. After Zong Shou stopped, he looked at the part where his arm had been cut off, and there was no one there. Zong Shou's expression became extremely ugly. "Hidden Killer Pavilion Master. I didn't expect you to betray us as well." There was no response. Zong Shou's expression became ferocious. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the law enforcement sect and Yunjia's side charged towards the pavilion below. Suddenly, over 10 black figures appeared in the surroundings. Assassins. Apart from that, there were also more than 30 experts in golden armor who appeared in the pavilion. The Daolin Guard. The middle-aged man who led the group gazed at the experts that charged down with an emotionless expression. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts behind him charged forward in unison. The battle had begun. Yunjia's side and the enforcement sect side had quite a large number of experts, but they were unable to do anything to the Hidden Killer Pavilion and Daolin Kingdom for now. Meanwhile, Zong Shou suddenly looked towards the distant spacetime. "Sect Master Xiao, activate the formation." Activate the formation. Nakayama of Silla, who was fighting Xiao, frowned when he heard this, and a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. This was the enforcement sect. Suddenly, Xiao said, "Activate the Grand Formation." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous grand formations within the enforcement sect were activated, and then countless powerful forces smashed towards the experts from the Daolin Kingdom. The experts' expressions instantly changed drastically. They were already at a disadvantage, so how could they resist the grand formations? Meanwhile, 3 Daolin realm experts from the enforcement sect suddenly charged towards the pavilion. Their true targets were Yi Xian and Yen Puanchen. To be more precise, it was Yen Puanchen. Once Yen Puanchen attained the inaction realm, then they could just slit their own throats. The inaction realm. It was absolutely not something that Daolin realm experts could resist. Chapter 1973. He had to kill Yen Peishan. The experts from the enforcement sect and Yun Jia charged madly towards the pavilion. However, the experts from the Hidden Kill Pavilion and the Kingdom of Lindao had been stopped, and they couldn't provide assistance at all. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared in the pavilion. It was none other than Xiuwang. There wasn't a shred of fear in Xiuwang's eyes as she gazed at the experts that were charging at her. She'd given up on charging into the Heartless Realm. Because Yi Xian needed help at this moment. She knew that her current strength wasn't enough to stop them at all. Their cultivations were much, much higher than hers. But she'd still come out. Xiuwang slowly closed her eyes as she gazed at the experts that were charging at her. Actually, she knew that she would definitely die. But she didn't regret her choice. Right at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and opened her palm. The green profound sword appeared in her hand, and in the next moment, she suddenly stabbed forward. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. A sword strike with all her strength. A sword hull instantly shook the sky as she stabbed forward. It was a very powerful attack. Unfortunately, her opponent was a Daoless realm expert. The Daoless realm expert in the lead slammed his fist against the green profound sword, and the powerful force caused the sword to tremble violently. After that, the sword was blasted flying. At the same time, Xiuwang's right arm was shattered into pieces, and then she was blasted flying. When she finally stopped moving, her body had shattered, and only her soul remained. The Daoless realm experts didn't pay any attention to Xiuwang because her soul was vanishing at an extremely swift speed. Vanishing completely was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the green profound sword trembled violently, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot into Xiuwang's soul that was about to vanish. Bang! The green profound sword protected Xiuwang's soul. Meanwhile, the pavilion suddenly transformed into nothingness, and then a man walked out. It was none other than Yi Xian. As soon as Yi Xian appeared, a Daoless realm expert appeared above him, and then he smashed his fist down. They knew that Yi Xian could ignore many aspects of space, so they didn't utilize the energy of space to deal with Yi Xian. Yi Xian stared at the incoming fist, his face expressionless. When the fist arrived in front of him, the space around him suddenly became illusory. Mysterious space-time. Yi Xian stomped his right foot. Boom! A powerful space-time pressure suddenly enveloped the Daoless realm expert. The Daoless realm expert's face instantly changed, but he didn't retract his fist. He still punched at Yi Xian's face. He'd already sensed that the space-time energy couldn't kill him at all, and this punch of his was sufficient to kill Yi Xian. Exchanging injuries for lives. This deal was worth it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he did not have the Qingxian sword and he did not dare to put it away. Once he did, the fabricated sword would disappear completely. Without the green profound sword, how was he supposed to fend off a Daoless? When he thought of this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Without the Qingxian sword, would he be useless? He took a step forward, and in an instant, countless sword lights engulfed him and the Daoless realm expert. Core sword domain. Once again, he used this sword technique that he thought was a little outdated. When he used this sword technique, there was only one thought in his mind: I'm a swordsman. Even without the Qingxian sword, I'm still a swordsman. However, reality was cruel. Boom! The sword lights shattered, and Yi Xian was blasted thousands of meters away. The Taoist realm expert was dumbfounded. He looked at his fist, and then at Yi Xian in the distance. "From the way you appeared just now, I thought you were an expert, but I didn't expect." As he spoke, a flying sword suddenly slashed at him. The Taoist realm expert's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he flicked his sleeve. Boom! The flying sword was blasted into pieces. In the distance, Yi Xian's face fell at the sight of that. Even though he'd attained the Heartless Realm, there was still quite a huge gap between him and the Taoist Realm. Meanwhile, the Taoist Realm expert suddenly clenched his fist at Yi Xian from afar, and the space around Yi Xian was instantly obliterated. A ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and he charged forward instead of retreating. He transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Hiss! A sharp sound of something tearing apart resounded. The Taoist Realm expert raised his arm to block the attack. Bang! The ray of light shattered. At the same time, he smashed his left fist forward. Bang! The space before him sunk down, and then Yi Xian was instantly blasted flying. However, the Taoist Realm expert fell into a dark spatial abyss at the instant he was blasted flying. A mysterious spatial abyss. The Taoist Realm expert frowned as soon as he fell into the boundless abyss. At this moment, Xiao suddenly roared in anger, "What are you waiting for? Are you watching the show?" It turned out that there were a few dozen extraordinary experts in front of Yi Xian, and there were 6 Taoist Realm experts amongst them. However, when Yi Xian was fighting with that Taoist Realm powerhouse, these people did not make a move. The reason they hadn't chosen to attack was because they felt that it was quite unkind of them to interfere in a battle between 2 Taoist Realm experts. But at this moment, they instantly returned to their senses when they heard Xiao. Without any hesitation, everyone dashed toward Yi Xian, who was not far away. The 6 Taoist Realm experts in the lead even used their full strength. Obviously, they intended to kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw so many charging at him, and he hurriedly roared with fury, "Big sister, you can just wait to bury me if you still don't show yourself." Hee. Meanwhile, laughter resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light flashed. The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the head of the Taoist Realm expert in the lead of the group that was charging at Yi Xian flew into the air and transformed into nothingness. It was an instant kill. Everyone was shocked. All the experts who were charging at Yi Xian retreated explosively. Meanwhile, young Nianxue appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she grinned as she gazed at Yi Xian. "How did you know that I would show myself?" Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he said, "We're siblings by blood." Young Nianxue roared with laughter, "Dad, I'll protect you." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a strand of light appeared there. She gazed at the group of experts in the distance and smiled, "All of you, come over here." The expressions of those Taoist Realm experts became extremely solemn when they heard this. Did she just instantly kill a Taoist Realm expert? Everyone turned to look at Zhong Shou, who'd recovered his arm. Zhong Shou gazed at Yang Nianxue, "Who are you?" Yang Nianxue pointed at Yi Xian and smiled, "I'm his older sister." Zhong Shou frowned slightly, "Big sister?" Yang Nianxue nodded and smiled, "My real sister." A wisp of fear flashed through Zhong Shou's eyes as he glanced at the ray of light in Yang Nianxue's hand. He was quite fearful of that ray of light. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Big sister, kill him." Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, "Dad always told me that I must win others over with virtue when I'm outside." Yi Xian was flabbergasted. Win others over with virtue? Is that father's style? Yi Xian walked over to Yang Nianxue's side and spoke via voice transmission, "Big sister, how many rays of light did father leave for you?" Yang Nianxue spoke softly, 3. I've already used 2. This is the last one. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he heard this. 2. Is this a game? There are at least a dozen Taoist realm experts on the other side. How? Meanwhile, Yang Nianxue said, don't worry, they don't know that I only have a single ray of light left. Yi Xian glanced at Yang Nianxue, and then he gazed at Zhong Shou and smiled. Did you see that Taoist realm expert from before? He wasn't even able to stop a ray of light our father left behind. If our father came here himself. TSK, TSK. The expressions of Zhong Shou and the others turned unsightly when they heard this. It was an instant kill. Merely a single ray of light had instantly killed a Taoist realm expert. Is he really an Taoist realm expert? Only an Taoist realm expert can accomplish this. This fellow has an Taoist realm expert behind him. When they thought up to this point, the expressions of Zhong Shou and the others turned even more unsightly. An Taoist realm expert. For a time, no one dared to move. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and Nakayama of Silla stopped as well. Nakayama of Silla came to Yi Xian's side. His face was extremely pale as if he'd suffered some sort of severe internal injury. Yi Xian looked at Nakayama of Silla with slight worry in his eyes. Senior, are you all right? Nakayama of Silla suddenly covered his mouth and coughed forcefully a few times. After that, he opened his palm, and within it was a pool of blood. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Nakayama of Silla smiled bitterly. It's a small matter. A small matter. As he spoke, he started coughing violently again. Yi Xian hurried to say, Sir, take a good rest. Leave the rest to us. Nakayama of Silla's heart relaxed. Damn it, I've been waiting for you to say that. If they continue fighting, they'll really be risking their lives. At this moment, Nakayama of Silla seemed to have thought of something. He looked at a man in golden armor beside him. The man's expression was dejected. My king, we've lost 12 brothers. Wah! Nakayama of Silla suddenly burst into tears. Everyone was slightly stunned, and they all looked at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla mumbled as if he'd lost his soul. I don't know whose sons they are. I don't know whose parents they are. I've let all of you down. As he spoke, he immediately burst into tears. Seeing this, Yi Xian felt even more guilty. Yi Xian walked in front of Nakayama of Silla and said guiltily, Senior. Nakayama of Silla suddenly pulled Yi Xian back. He shook his head and said painfully, No, it's not your fault. It's really not your fault. Don't feel guilty, please don't feel guilty. Yi Xian, everyone looked at Nakayama of Silla with strange expressions. Seeing Nakayama of Silla in so much pain, Yi Xian felt even more guilty. At this moment, Xiao Xiao mocked, Nakayama of Silla, what are you putting on a show? Didn't you come here for the sake of Dao Ling's inheritance? Bullsh *T. Nakayama of Silla suddenly pointed at Xiao Xiao and cursed, Do you think everyone is as greedy as you? Do you think I came to stop you for the inheritance? No. I did it for the future of the entire Dao critical realm. I did it for justice. Justice will prevail. Everyone. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 1974. Justice. Xiao Zhao's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he heard Nakayama of Silla. Is he an idiot? He's even doing it for justice. He's really upright. Meanwhile, Zhong Shou walked over to Xiao Zhao's side, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, We have to think of a way to deal with that woman. Xiao Xiao restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yang Nianxue. A wisp of fear flashed through his eyes when he saw the ray of light in Yang Nianxue's hand. He'd instantly killed a Dao-less realm expert. The owner of that ray of light was definitely an inaction realm expert. When he thought up to this point, Xiao Zhao's expression instantly grew even more unsightly. Presently, there were only two paths before them. The first was to continue killing. Kill Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan, and then obtain the inheritance. However, the risk of doing so was extremely high. Because a true inaction realm expert might appear. The second path was to surrender. Was it too late to surrender now? Perhaps it was. However, he didn't want to surrender. Instead of living in humiliation, it was better to die a glorious death. When he thought up to here, Xiao slowly closed his eyes. Activate the formation. Bang! A ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky from within the enforcement sect. When it shot into the sky, it suddenly transformed into a strange white vortex, and then a huge sword emerged slowly from within it. As soon as the huge sword appeared, space actually started to tremble violently. This expanse of space couldn't endure the sword strength at all. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Scylla's expression had become extremely solemn. The seamless sword formation. Yang Nianxue gazed at Nakayama of Scylla. The seamless sword formation? Nakayama of Scylla spoke solemnly. It's an ancient sword formation that was created by a sect master of the enforcement sect all those years ago. That sect master was at the quasi-inaction realm all those years ago. He used a few hundreds of years to create this formation, and every single sect master of the enforcement sect has maintained it with great care. So, it's growing stronger and stronger. Now, it can definitely kill a quasi-inaction realm expert with ease. The seamless sword formation. Hearing this, Yang Nianxue frowned. She only had a wisp of sword light. If she used it to break this formation, what would happen next? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian pulled Yang Nianxue behind him and said seriously, "Big sister, let me carry it." Yang Nianxue frowned. "You?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Of course I'll be the one to do such a dangerous thing." Yang Nianxue pulled Yi Xian to her side and sent him a sound transmission with profound qi. "Don't think that I don't know that you can absorb sword qi." Yi Xian was speechless. At that moment, countless tiny sword qi suddenly appeared around the huge sword. These sword qi were like needles, densely packed, and it was a daunting sight to behold. Meanwhile, Xiao suddenly spoke fiercely, "Yi Xian, even the gods can't save you today." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly fell. Bang! In the sky, the huge sword carried countless strands of sword qi as it shot down violently. In an instant, the entire sky dimmed down. The expressions of Nakayama of Scylla and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared, "I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky and charged towards the huge sword. Everyone was slightly stunned. What does Yi Xian intend to do? Xiao frowned slightly, and a strand of uneasiness arose in his heart. At this moment, Yi Xian collided head-on with the giant sword. Bang! The spectators watched as the huge sword actually pierced into Yi Xian's body. In an instant, a powerful aura swept out from within him. At the same time, the countless strands of sword qi in the sky entered his body under his guidance. Bang! A powerful aura erupted from within Yi Xian, and it wasn't the aura of the Heartless Realm any longer. Xiao and the others were completely stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? It wasn't just Xiao and the others, even Nakayama of Scylla was shocked. This fellow actually absorbed all those swords? Absorbed them? At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the sky, suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Awesome." Needless to say, he felt really good at this moment because those strands of sword qi had increased his cultivation by too much. Everyone was speechless. Xiao stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and his face was as red as a pig's liver. Not only can this fellow ignore space and time, but he can even absorb swords? What sort of god is he? Meanwhile, Yi Xian clenched his right fist slowly, and the powerful aura in the surroundings instantly surged back into his body like tidewater. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Almost. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to attain the thoughtless realm. My cultivation is sufficient. However, I still need to comprehend it. In my opinion, so long as I'm given another day, then I'll be able to attain the thoughtless realm. Of course, it's absolutely impossible for Chen Shi to give me that much time. Meanwhile, Xiao suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, a command token suddenly shot into the sky. Bang! The entire sky transformed into a huge vortex, and then an illusory middle-aged man walked out from within it. Ancestor summon. Nakayama of Silla's face fell once more when he witnessed this scene, and he walked over to Yi Xian's side. Young Master Yi, that's the ancestor of the enforcement sect, Nianji. He attained the half-step inactivity realm all those years ago, and he wasn't just an ordinary half-step inactivity realm expert. Even though only a strand of his soul remains now, his strength far surpasses an ordinary Taoist realm expert. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Senior, can you defeat him?" Nakayama of Silla hurriedly shook his head, "No. I'm no match for him." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Nianji suddenly spoke softly, "Is my enforcement sect in danger of being destroyed?" Xiao bowed respectfully, "Martial Ancestor." The experts of the enforcement sect bowed as well, "Greetings, Martial Ancestor." Nianji suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he moved back to stand by Yang Nianshua's side. It was best to be careful when facing an expert at the level of an old monster. Nianji gazed at Yi Xian for a short while, and then he said, "Why have you come to destroy my enforcement sect?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "Senior, I'm not the one who wants to destroy your enforcement sect, it's your enforcement sect that wants to take my sword." As he spoke, he gazed at Xuang. At this moment, Xuang's soul had recovered, and he issued a command in his heart, causing the green profound sword to fly over to Nianji. "It's this sword." Nianji gazed at the green profound sword. He'd intended to take it, but for some unknown reason, he didn't grasp it. A short while later, Nianji turned to look at Xiao, "Is there something wrong with your head?" Xiao was taken aback, "Martial Ancestor." Nianji frowned slightly, "Can't you feel the terror of this sword?" Xiao said in a deep voice, "It's just a sword." Nianji looked at Xiao, "How did you reach the Taoist realm?" Xiao's expression was a little ugly. Nianji sighed softly, "Logically speaking, life knower realm should be able to feel the terrifying karma of this sword. But you still can't feel it after reaching the Taoist realm. Or rather, you've already felt it, but it's still because of greed." Sigh. Xiao said in a deep voice, "Does the martial ancestor know who he is?" Nianji shook his head, "He's not someone we can afford to offend." Xiao clenched his fists, and his expression was extremely gloomy. As soon as Nianji said this, the expressions of the enforcement sect's experts turned ugly. Even their martial ancestor said they couldn't offend him. What else could they do? Nianji suddenly looked at Yi Xian, "Little friend, where is the person who made this sword? Is she at the Taoist realm?" Yi Xian smiled, "I don't know where she is. As for whether she's at the Taoist realm, I don't know either." Nianji fell silent for a moment before he said, "Little friend, how about this? Let's shake hands and make peace." Shake hands and make peace. Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the old man would actually propose to shake hands and make peace. Meanwhile, Xiao suddenly roared furiously, "No." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Xiao. Nakayama of Silla, who led the group, sneered, "Sect Master Xiao, you're really amazing. Are you going to betray your martial ancestor?" Nianji looked at Xiao, and Xiao said in a deep voice, "Martial ancestor, the enforcement sect and I are absolutely irreconcilable with this person. If we don't eliminate him today, then once he's allowed to grow, our enforcement sect will be in danger. Nianji looked at Xiao Xiao, do you think you can kill him? Xiao Xiao's expression gradually turned ferocious, why not? My enforcement sect hasn't utilized any trump cards, so it isn't difficult to kill him. As he spoke, he bowed deeply, martial ancestor, it wasn't easy for our enforcement sect to develop until now. It's even more difficult for us to cultivate until now. If we eliminate Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan today, then the Daoless realm experts of our enforcement sect might be able to truly attain the inaction realm. At that time, our enforcement sect will become the strongest power in the entire Dao Descent world. The inaction realm. The Daoless realm experts of the enforcement sect were instantly tempted when they heard Xiao Xiao. After all, Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan definitely possessed a Dao Ling's inheritance. If they killed Yi Xian, then they would be able to stop Yan Bianshan from attaining the inaction realm. Moreover, they would be able to seize Yan Bianshan's inheritance. Once they obtained Yan Bianshan's inheritance, then they would have a chance to attain the inaction realm of legend. Meanwhile, Nianji sighed softly, you're dreaming. Do you know that the knowledge contained within this sword has exceeded the scope of our universe? In other words, the person who created this sword was at least an inaction realm expert, and only Jun Daolin had attained the inaction realm in our universe. However, he probably wasn't the one who created this sword. Do you know what this means? It means that there's an unknown world and an unknown extraordinary expert in our universe. Nakayama of Silla, who stood by Yi Xian's side, gave him a thumbs up, as expected of our ancestor. Your intelligence really isn't ordinary. I'm impressed. Xiao Xiao remained silent with a gloomy expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Nianji continued, it's normal for people to be greedy. However, don't let greed blind your mind. Some people can be enemies with others, and some absolutely can't be enemies with. This is the way of survival. Do you understand? Xiao Xiao gazed at Nianji. I finally understand why the founding ancestor was stuck at the half-step inaction realm all his life. Because the founding ancestor was too overcautious in everything he did. How could he accomplish great things if he was so overcautious? As he spoke, he pointed angrily towards the sky. I, Xiao Xiao, don't believe in fate. Besides myself, I don't believe in anyone. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Nianji's expression froze. Chapter 1975. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian's face was covered in astonishment as well. That fellow has a temper. Nakayama of Silla shook his head as well. Amazing. Nianji sighed softly with a complicated expression on his face. He didn't know what to say when he encountered such a disciple of the later generations. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao spoke coldly, farewell, ancestor. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a pitch-black command token appeared there. In the next moment, Nianji's soul gradually became ethereal. He was going to put away the obsession soul. Nianji glanced at the experts of the enforcement sect. What's your choice? All the experts of the enforcement sect fell silent. Xiao Xiao's face was emotionless. Martial ancestor, we want to give it a try. Nianji nodded lightly, I understand. As he spoke, his figure gradually became ethereal. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Silla suddenly said, Senior, you can kill Xiao Xiao. In that way, you'll be able to save your enforcement sect. Xiao Xiao glanced coldly at Nakayama of Silla while the killing intent in his eyes seemed material. Nianji shook his head and smiled, I've already perished, so it doesn't matter to me whether the enforcement sect exists or not. Nakayama of Silla spoke in a low voice, are you just going to watch as they court death? Nianji smiled, that's their choice. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul vanished like smoke. He'd vanished completely. He didn't choose to return to the command token and protect the enforcement sect. Because he knew the outcome. Moreover, he was utterly unable to change anything. Even though he was the ancestor of the enforcement sect, this wasn't his era anymore. After all, a new emperor brought his own ministers. So, he chose to leave in peace. After Nianji left, Nakayama of Silla, who stood by Yi Xian's side, suddenly said, "Young brother Yi, should we retreat?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he asked, "Do we have a chance at victory?" Nakayama of Silla transmitted his voice using profound energy, "Is there only one sword light in your sister's hand?" Yi Xian looked at Nakayama of Silla. "How did you know?" Nakayama of Silla said in a low voice, "If she had many daos, would she still be standing here watching Xiao Xiao act tough?" Yi Xian was speechless. Nakayama of Silla said solemnly, "Let's retreat to Daolin Nation." Yi Xian nodded. "I'll listen to Senior." The corners of Nakayama of Silla's mouth twitched. He waved his right hand. "Retreat! Retreat!" With that, the group of people turned around and fled. Meanwhile, a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Xiao Zhao's eyes. "You want to retreat?" With that, he waved his hand. "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the law enforcement sect and the experts from Yunjie rushed out. At this moment, many assassins suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The Hidden Killer's pavilion brought up the rear. Xiao Xiao opened his palm, and 9 black wooden tablets suddenly floated out. In the next moment, the 9 wooden tablets suddenly exploded, and 9 mysterious people wrapped in black cloths appeared. As soon as the 9 mysterious people appeared, Nakayama of Silla's expression changed drastically. Corpse generals. The law enforcement sect actually refined corpse generals. Yi Xian was slightly curious. "Senior, what are corpse generals?" Nakayama of Silla said in a low voice, "Many years ago, there was a superpower in Daolin Nation called the Corpse God Sect. This sect is extremely skilled in refining corpses." As he spoke, he turned around and glanced at the surroundings. These corpse generals are at least Daolis realm experts. After being refined using a special secret technique, these corpse generals become even more terrifying. Back then, the Corpse God sect refined a large number of corpse generals. At their peak, they had over 1,000 corpse generals. Later on, when my Daolin Nation's ancestor emerged from his closed-door cultivation, he annihilated them. Because the method of refining corpse generals is extremely cruel. For example, the souls of these corpse generals that you see now actually still exist. However, their souls are imprisoned within their corpses. Moreover, they're being controlled by the person who refined them. Yi Xian was about to speak when 6 corpse generals appeared before the 3 of them. Yi Xian noticed that these 3 corpse generals had stopped all the assassins from the Hidden Killer's pavilion. Even the pavilion master of the Hidden Killer's pavilion had been stopped. Yi Xian gazed at Nakayama of Silla. "Senior, how many are you fighting?" Nakayama of Silla raised a finger. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "All of them." All right. All right." Nakayama of Silla was dumbfounded. "Do you not know how to count?" "I'll say 1. Yi Xian's face darkened. "Senior, your cultivation level is so much higher than mine. Aren't you embarrassed to fight 1? Nakayama of Silla nodded. "Of course I am." Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xiao Xiao and Zhong Shou appeared before Yi Xian's group of 3. Xiao Xiao glanced at Yang Nianxue, who was hiding behind Yi Xian. He had not forgotten the sword gleam in Yang Nianxue's hand. Xiao Xiao said solemnly, "Miss, if you're willing to leave, we won't stop you." Yang Nianxue's eyes lit up. "Really?" Nakayama of Silla and Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue. Both of their faces were filled with astonishment. Yang Nianxue said seriously, "I'm just asking. I don't mean anything else." Yi Xian and Nakayama of Silla exchanged glances. Both of them were slightly flustered. Nakayama of Silla said softly, "Are you sure she's your biological sister?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Most of the time, I'm not so sure." Nakayama of Silla was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao said, "Miss, if I'm not wrong, there's only one sword gleam left in your hand. Am I right?" Yang Nianxue remained silent. Xiao continued, "That sword gleam of yours is really powerful. We can't stop it. However, you can only kill one person, right?" Yang Nianxue's lips curled up slightly. "Then I'll kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a ray of sword gleams suddenly flew out. The ray of sword gleam's target was Xiao. Xiao's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he smelled the scent of death. If he were to stop that ray of sword gleam, he would definitely not be able to. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. A corpse general appeared in front of Xiao, and then it smashed its fist forward. It was a head-on attack. Hiss! Everyone watched as the corpse general was obliterated. Meanwhile, Xiao had fled over 30 kilometers away. A trace of fear appeared in Xiao's eyes for the first time when he saw the terrifying corpse general being obliterated just like that. He knew very well how terrifying the corpse general was. It could be said that even he couldn't do anything to it. Because the corpse general's body was at the half-step inactivity realm. However, such a terrifying body had been slashed into pieces like tofu by that ray of sword gleam. That ray of sword gleam was actually so terrifying. A trace of fear arose in Xiao's heart, but it didn't take long for him to suppress it. At this moment, he had no way out. Xiao raised his head and looked towards the distance. A moment later, he was stunned. That woman was gone. It wasn't just Xiao, Yi Xian and Nakayama of Silla were stunned as well. Yang Nianxue had fled right after she shot that ray of sword gleam. She's fled. Yi Xian was quite stunned. That's his own sister. She fled just like that? Blood is thicker than water. Meanwhile, Xiao gazed at Nakayama of Silla, and he spoke fiercely, "Kill him first." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 corpse generals charged at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla's expression changed drastically. "Are you fucking mad?" Xiao stared fixedly at Nakayama of Silla. "I fucking hated the sight of you for a very long time." Compared to Yi Xian, he actually hated Nakayama of Silla even more. He felt that it was normal for Yi Xian to be shameless. After all, Yi Xian's strength was low, and he was like a child. So, it was understandable for him to be shameless. But who was Nakayama of Silla? He was at the Taoist realm. However, he was so shameless and always spoke sarcastic words. He hated it. Xiao attacked Nakayama of Silla first. Meanwhile, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But it didn't take long for his expression to turn gloomy. Because there were 2 corpse generals in front of him. Moreover, Zhong Shou and Xiao Yi were staring at him. Their main target was still him. Yi Xian glanced at Yan Bianshan who was in Xiao Ta. At this moment, Yan Bianshan was like an old monk in meditation, and he didn't move at all. "I can't count on him at all." Xiao suddenly said, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 corpse generals by his side charged at Yi Xian. A vicious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out. Bang! A ray of light slashed against the corpse general in the lead, and the green profound sword was blasted away. However, a deep gash was left behind on the corpse general's body. Xiao's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. That sword was actually able to damage the corpse general's body. Meanwhile, the 3 corpse generals had charged over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a sword and shield appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 The sword and shield shook violently, and then Yi Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away. At the instant that his figure stopped, the sword and shield in front of him suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed forward. Bang! The corpse general that charged towards him was instantly stopped on the spot by the ray of light. But right at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's right, and it headed straight for his head with the intention of shattering his head. Yi Xian stomped his right foot on the ground and activated the sword domain. An expanse of light enveloped him and the corpse general. However, the light was instantly shattered as soon as it appeared. Bang! As soon as the light was shattered, Yi Xian's figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. He just stopped when a terrifying force swept towards him. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a shield that blocked in front of him once more. Bang! The shield shook violently, and then an expanse of light erupted. Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. However, while he was retreating, a corpse general had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then it smashed its fist towards Yi Xian's face. It hadn't utilized any spatial energy, and it was just the purest form of strength. Such strength might not pose much of a threat to an ordinary person. After all, that person could rely on spatial energy to resist it. However, such pure strength was extremely threatening to Yi Xian. At this critical moment, Yi Xian sensed the aura of death once more. Death! He hadn't sensed such an aura in a very long time. At this instant, Yi Xian suddenly started laughing. As soon as he started laughing, the blood within his body suddenly started seething. In an instant, his entire body was covered in blood. In the next moment, the entire sky had turned blood red like an ocean of blood, and it was extremely bloody. The energy of his bloodline. After a very long time, he'd activated his bloodline once more. As the power of the bloodline was activated, an extremely terrifying aura swept out from the field. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 1976. At the instant his bloodline energy was activated, Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a ray of blood-red light slashed through the battlefield. Bang! In front of Yi Xian, the corpse general was sent flying thousands of feet away. When the corpse general came to a stop, its body split open. Xiao Xiao and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually have more trump cards. Bloodline energy. What sort of bloodline energy is that? It's actually able to improve Yi Xian's strength by so much. Xiao Xiao turned around to gaze at Zhong Shou with a gloomy expression. Are you still holding back at a time like this? Xiao Xiao had utilized practically all his trump cards up until this point. Yet now, Yun Jia was still holding back. This caused him to be extremely displeased. Zhong Shou fell silent. Actually, he'd had the intention to retreat since the very beginning. Because even the founding ancestor of the enforcement sect didn't dare offend this fellow. However, he knew that he and Yun Jia had no way out now. If he retreated and allowed Yi Xian to mature or Yan Bianshan to attain the inaction realm, then both his and Yun Jia's lives would be at Yun Jia's mercy. Xiao Xiao spoke indifferently. What? Do you think you still have a way out now? The hesitation in Zhong Shou's eyes vanished when he heard this. He opened his palm, and a strand of green smoke floated up into the air. In the next moment, the space and the surroundings started trembling violently, and it didn't take long for 12 white-robed old men to walk out from the surroundings. Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Divine General Yun. Divine General Yun. This was a mysterious team that ancestor Yun Jia had established all those years ago. Supposedly, there were 36 of them, and 9 of them were even at the half-step inaction realm. Following which, along with the fall of the Cloud World Ancestor, this mysterious team also disappeared. Yet now, they'd appeared once more. Even though there were only 12 of them, all 12 of them were at the peak of the Taoist realm. These were all veteran Taoist realm powerhouses. Be it their combat strength or their foundation, they were all top-notch. Along with the appearance of these 12 people, the situation had undergone a tremendous change. Crushing. In terms of lineups and numbers, Wuxia and the law enforcement sect had completely crushed Yi Xian's side. On the other side, Nakayama of Silla and the Hidden Killer Pavilion Master's faces darkened. Based on the current lineup, the Hidden Killer's Pavilion and the Zhonglin Dao Nation had been completely crushed. This was especially so for the Hidden Killer Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He felt a headache coming on. His people were all assassins, and they were not good at fighting head-on. Up until now, he had already lost many assassins. If they continued fighting like this, they would all be wiped out. At this moment, Zhong Shou suddenly looked at Yi Xian from afar. Kill! Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 divine generals charged at Yi Xian, and then over a dozen formidable auras swept through the surroundings like a tidal wave. For a time, space throughout the heavens and the earth had become illusory. Yi Xian, who'd activated his bloodline, frowned. At this moment, he still had a trace of consciousness. His face fell when he saw the 12 Taoist realm experts charge at him. Damn it! These old fellows don't care about martial virtue. They're actually ganging up on me. I have no choice but to go all out. Yi Xian was just about to attack when the space around him suddenly trembled. A moment later, 9 experts in golden armor suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. The Imperial Guard of the Lindao Nation. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Silla, who was being pressed down by 3 corpse generals, spoke abruptly, "Little fellow, retreat for now and head to my Lindao Nation." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, will you cover our retreat?" Nakayama of Silla replied, "Of course." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's not a good idea, right?" Nakayama of Silla spoke angrily, "Then you cover our retreat." Yi Xian didn't even look back as he vanished into the distance. "Senior, take care." Nakayama of Silla was speechless. A ferocious expression flashed through Xiao Zhao's eyes when he saw Yi Xian flee. "Where do you think you're going?" As he spoke, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. He drew his sword to decide life and death. An expanse of blood-red light shot out like a waterfall. Xiao Zhao's pupils constricted as he charged towards Yi Xian. However, he didn't retreat, and he smashed his fist forward instead. He was going head-on against Yi Xian. He knew how terrifying Yi Xian's sword was, and he would only suffer a worse fate if he retreated. Because Yi Xian's sword was extremely swift. Bang! An expanse of sword light erupted, and Xiao Zhao retreated explosively for thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped moving, a flying sword suddenly slashed towards him. Xiao Zhao dodged to the side and avoided this lethal strike by a hair's breadth. However, his arms suddenly shattered into nothingness when he was about to continue chasing. Xiao Zhao's expression turned unsightly. "Go after him. Don't let him escape to the Lindao Nation." He didn't know what trump cards the Lindao Nation had, but he didn't dare to underestimate them. Because the ancestor of the Lindao Nation was Jun Daolin. Zhong Shou and the others rushed out at the first possible moment. Meanwhile, the 2 corpse generals and divine generals Yun gave up on chasing Nakayama of Silla and chased after Yi Xian. Nakayama of Silla heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Yi Xian had fled to attract the enemy's firepower. Otherwise, he might not be able to hold on if this continued. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a black-robed figure appeared by Nakayama of Silla's side. It was the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killer Pavilion. The pavilion master spoke in a low voice, "Nakayama of Silla, aren't you afraid that he'll be killed?" Nakayama of Silla spoke softly, "How could that be? He won't die even if we die." The pavilion master frowned slightly, "Why?" Nakayama of Silla spoke indifferently, "Because he has someone backing him." The pavilion master was speechless. Nakayama of Silla glanced at the surroundings and said, "Let's go. We'll wait for him at the Lindau Nation." As he spoke, he turned around and left. The pavilion master hesitated for a moment and said, "Aren't you afraid that he'll be killed?" Nakayama of Silla didn't even turn around, "We'll make a huge profit if he doesn't die. If he dies, we won't lose out either because the person backing him will definitely avenge him. When the law enforcement sect and Yunjia kill him, it'll be the day they'll be annihilated. At that time, we'll also make a profit." The pavilion master said, "We'll definitely make a profit?" Nakayama of Silla nodded. "Don't worry, Invakil. I asked you to protect this little guy. I won't cheat you. It won't be long before you and I reach the legendary inviolable state." After a moment of silence, Invakil said, "I hope so." As he spoke, he paused and asked again, "Up until now, the only people who have reached the inviolable state in the entire Dao Nation's history are Jun Daolin and Dao Ling, who might reach the inviolable state. As for the person backing young Master Yi, in the distance, Nakayama of Silla stopped and spoke softly, "That's why it's terrifying. Because it means that our Dao Nation isn't at the peak of this universe." As he spoke, he turned around and left. Invakil fell silent. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. He had already raised his speed to the limit. Because he had activated his bloodline and Qingxian sword, Xiao Xiao and the others couldn't catch up to him for a while. However, he didn't leave them behind either. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He realized that when he chose to escape, all the powerhouses chased after him. Behind him, there were a total of 39 Daoist realm powerhouses. 39. Among them, the Corpse Generals and Divine General Yun weren't ordinary Daoist realm powerhouses. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiao Ta, if Dad encountered such a situation, what would he do?" Xiao Ta fell silent. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Don't play dead." Xiao Ta said, "When Master encounters such a situation, he usually fights with his life." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Do you think I can win if I fight with my life on the line?" Xiao Ta said, "You can't win." Yi Xian asked, "Then do you have any ideas?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Based on the current situation, I suggest that you surrender, young master." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the space-time in front of Yi Xian suddenly split open. The next moment, an afterimage swept over. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Qingxian sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Pust! Space-time tore open, and the afterimage was sent flying. And with that pause, Xiao Xiao and the others appeared in front of him. He was surrounded. Yi Xian looked at the dozens of Daoist realm powerhouses around him and sighed inwardly. At this moment, Xiao Xiao, who was in the lead, suddenly said, "Kill." No nonsense. He didn't want to give Yi Xian any chance. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I surrender." Surrender. As soon as he said that, the powerhouses who were about to attack stopped. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. "Surrender?" Yi Xian nodded. "I can't win. I surrender." Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "Since you surrender, then hand over the sword in your hand and Yen Banyi." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword flew to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at Yi Xian before holding the Qingxian sword. The moment he held the Qingxian sword, he frowned again. A wave of uneasiness silently spread from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian said, "Aren't all of you curious about the person behind me? You can sense the person behind me through this sword." After looking at Yi Xian for a moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly let go of the Qingxian sword. "Why should I sense the person behind you?" Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Xiao sneered. "Yi Xian, you said that you surrendered on purpose, and then gave me the sword. Your goal is to make me use this sword to sense the person behind you, and then use that person to kill me." As he spoke up to this point, his expression turned gloomy. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Huh? Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, this idiot doesn't play by the rules. Xiao Xiao put away the Qingxian sword, and then he said, "Yi Xian, I know that there's someone behind you, and I know that the person behind you is extremely strong. But let me tell you, you must die today. Unless you call the person behind you over right now. Otherwise, you're dead today." As he spoke, he waved his hand. "Kill." As soon as he spoke, the powerhouses around him charged at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the blood in his body boiled. One person against over 30 Daoist realm powerhouses? It was absolutely impossible. Although his strength had grown very quickly, and with the Qingxian sword, his combat strength could go head-on against Daoist realm powerhouses. However, there were dozens of Daoist realm powerhouses in front of him. How could he play this? Fight. Yi Xian knew that this was the only way out for him. Gradually, the aura around him grew stronger, and the hint of sobriety in his eyes faded bit by bit. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young lord, do you want to try to sense Sister Tianming?" Yi Xian laughed. "No." As soon as he said that, the last hint of sobriety in his eyes disappeared. He had completely entered a state of madness. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.